All right, and hello, everybody. This is Michael Condon representing the TooMedToo Star Wars Network. And this is kind of an impromptu little chat that's going to be going on. I'm not really sure exactly what's up because I wasn't really planning on chatting. I just got finished watching Harley Quinn. I know it's not the name of the movie, but I don't know the emancipation of whatever, blah, 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 that it is. So, yeah. It was pretty good. And a friend sent me a message and said, "Hey, are you going to stream tonight? There's some people that want to chat." So I said, "Okay." And now I am here. So I have no idea where that noise is coming from. Oh, I was trying to see what was going on with Twitch because I'm trying to get my Twitch channel up. So, um, all right. Let's see. Do we have anybody in the StreamYard yet? No. Oh, we have Ian. We have Kylo Ren Flores. We have Rachel. Everybody's about to switch over to Twitch. Yeah, let me give you the link for Twitch. I mean, I appreciate everybody being here, especially since there wasn't a lot of notice or anything. And I just put it on. Oh, I didn't do it that time either. This is very professional. Remember that. All right. Copy. Put it over here. Get rid of all that there. Control V. All right, there's that. So that's for everybody. Just give them the link really quick so they can switch over to Twitch. I just put it on Facebook because that way, hopefully get some people from Facebook on here and we can move them over to the Twitch machine and see what happens. And then people wanted to know what was going on here for the StreamYard. Okay, so it is on there for Twitch, so everybody can go and watch it on Twitch instead of YouTube. And there's a StreamYard post for the people that wanted to come in and chat with me. My expertise of many things. I'm not sure what it entails today, but we shall find out soon enough. My phone's gonna die. Your computer's ready. All right, everybody. So, yeah, there's I don't know what's going on, but maybe we're about to find out. Ian, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me? Can you hear
I
me?
can hear you.
Nice.
I can hear you. Yes.
Oh, like
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can. How's it going?
I'm doing all right. Had kind of a lazy day, didn't do much. And yeah, Danielle's trying to get her computer working.
What's going on with that?
I don't know. It's the all-in-one. It's the all-in-one one.
The same old one that I fixed years ago?
Yeah.
Really?
And it still never worked right, but now it is.
What do you mean it never worked right? I fixed it. It's not my fault.
I didn't say it was your fault. I didn't say it was your fault. I'm just saying.
It was working perfectly. I'm surprised she still has the same machine. But yeah, I mean, do you know what the problem is?
No. I think it just has been sitting for a long time, so it's rebooting itself or whatever.
Well, that is weird. So I still have your other laptop here that we got to decide what we're doing with. I know you want to get the data off of it.
Yeah.
We can do that at some point. I could do that at some point. I mean, obviously you got a new machine. That's great. It's kind of shot. I tried to find parts for it and I couldn't. I even went
I know.
I even went to the Tachi station to pick up some power converters, but yeah, I tried to find that whole screen assembly and no dice. But that's awesome. You got a new gaming machine. I've been playing a lot of PS4, and I don't know if is that like a multiplayer game?
Which one?
The new Star Wars game that you've been playing?
No,
you can't hear me.
I can hear you now.
Sorry.
It's a one-person game, single-player game.
There's no online multiplayer option?
Not for that one. No.
Really?
I'm waiting for May 4th to see if Steam has a big special to like all of their games for like $50 or something like that. And I get all of it like 30 Star Wars games. That's what they've done the last couple of years. Someone told me so.
Oh,
I'm sending out like mass tweets, Michael, to get everybody to the right place.
Okay. Are you sending them to Twitch? Or are you sending them to
Send them
YouTube?
to Twitch.
Yeah. Send them to Twitch. I need 3 more people for Twitch to hit my 50.
Yeah. Cool.
And I'm at 2.87 average viewers per hour. I need to be at 3. So, yeah.
Ah,
So, yeah.
thank you for doing this.
You're welcome. I know her speakers weren't working and she couldn't get her master volume to work. So I was like, "Well, try it with headphones because you just need it to talk to people. You're not using it for anything else." So we shall
Everybody's
see.
here. Kylo's here. Leah made it. Yay, Leah. Leah's brand new, Mikey.
Hi, Leah. I'm not even there yet. I mean, where? What?
She's in the chat. She's brand new to your channel.
Well, hi. I will let Rachel tell you all the great things about me instead of floating my own boat.
That's amazing. He's really smart and really funny, and he gives us all like a space to come hang out, be goofy, and he educates us on the value of all of his Funko Pops.
His collection?
And your band.
Oh, come on.
Both of you, your band. I don't have a collection.
He doesn't have a collection, Leah, but Michael is awesome. His friend Ian's great. Kylo, I don't know where he is. He's usually on here.
He hasn't been feeling well the last day or two.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, he's here. He's on Flockers. So.
Well, as long as he's not drinking energy drinks, I won't harp on him. I'm surprised Rule hasn't found his way here yet.
Oh, it's kind of late for him.
He was in mine before it kept booting him out. Like he tried like 5 or 6 times to get in there. That didn't sound right.
Yeah.
Another version of the Bacta tank.
That's what somebody said.
Leah says that she collects pops.
Oh, well, I mean, that's good. I have friends that collect pops. I just don't myself, so.
Stop lying.
I don't collect them.
You have a collection of pops.
I have Star Wars pops.
It's a collection of them. It's more than 3. It's a collection.
So are you telling me, like, if I have 4 girlfriends, that's a collection of girlfriends?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
that's like a small harem.
But yeah, that is a collection. It's like, by definition a collection. It's a group of things. You know, it's a computer programming term, also. You know, a collection of things. So, yes, you are a Funko Pop collector, my friend. Deny it all you want, but you know, you cannot escape what you are. Search your feelings. You know it's true.
I don't know if it's true or not.
I think it's true.
There's Dale. Dale found us. Yay.
Hi, Dale.
Leah, Dale, Leah. Leah's awesome. Dale's awesome. Ian is also awesome. He comes on several of the streams. He's Michael's good friend.
What are we doing tonight?
I don't know.
We're bullshitting.
I was told people wanted to chat, so I said okay.
I was running a stream for Leah because she wanted to chat with all of our friends, but my internet sucks or something was working like against me in every shape and form, and I couldn't get it to fucking work. So I started like sending out SOSs, and Michael was the only one that picked it up.
It sounds like voodoo.
Hoodoo, yeah.
No, voodoo. Well, also poodoo, but yeah, voodoo. Like somebody's sticking pins in the doll of you somewhere.
It's possible. One of my exes did have a voodoo doll.
Anything's possible.
With you?
Did I? No, but I'm related to the Bell Witch, so it's not necessarily working in my favor.
Which witch?
The Bell Witch.
Never heard of
the Bell Witch.
The one that the Blair Witch was based off of.
The Blair Witch is a true story.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. I watched
No,
the
it's true.
documentary.
It's not a documentary.
Yeah.
No, it really
That's
is.
like
It's a
saying
true-
Paranormal Activity was a documentary.
It was.
Although you know
Blair
what,
Witch
you're being
it's a
kind
true
enough to
story.
host us all. I'm not going to argue with you. Michael is right on everything. I'm not questioning his logic or his wisdom. All hail
Yeah,
Michael.
Blair Witch. Blair Witch is a true story. It's a movie that came out in 1999. It's true.
Okay. No.
I mean, it's a movie. It's a story.
It's a movie, but it's not. It's a false documentary. I don't know how. I don't know what they're called. Like faux documentaries or whatever. Where's Rule?
It's a found footage collage. Yeah. I mean, it's a real story. I don't know if it's. I don't even say it's a true story. It's a real story.
Well, somebody really wrote it and they really made it into a movie. But like
that's what I mean.
Okay.
Anyway.
What the Blair? That's the Blair Witch. Hell yeah, I love the Bell Witch. That's
I
the
saw
Blair
it in the
Witch.
theater.
I'm here. I have spoken. Okay.
Where's the Bell Witch from? From the United States, or
It's from Tennessee, from Adams, Tennessee.
Oh yeah. I remember reading something about that. Yeah. Cool. Is that where you're from?
Yeah. I live in Morrison, Tennessee, which is like a little strip of highway between Manchester and McMinnville, which is even smaller.
So Leah said it's a headache if you have 4 girlfriends. It sounds more like a death sentence.
Could be if you got caught.
You'd be lucky to have one. Is this are we in the septic area, or is this the family-friendly area?
Oh no, it's I just put up it's septic, I guess. Late night, whatever. I didn't put anything. I just said people wanted to chat, so.
Can I smoke pot?
We wanted to be together. We wanted a friendly space to be together. and talk about Star Wars or bullshit or whatever. And I couldn't provide that. I'm sorry. I put all of my friends down.
Yes, Ian, you can vape your tobacco. Ian, you can vape.
It's a one hitter.
For tobacco?
I'm vaping tobacco, and I have the one hitter for pot.
Other tobacco.
But I saw I saw the Blair Witch Project in the theater in 1989. Way back when.
I saw the first one, and then I think they did a sequel, and I didn't see it. And then no, I did see the sequel because that was where they went to the ruins and had weird psychedelic sex or something.
You're like the only person that saw it.
Yeah, I didn't even know that there was one.
No, there was. It sucks. Evidently, I didn't see it.
Are you talking about the Blair Witch or the Bell Witch one?
No, the sequel to the Blair Witch 2.
That one was better than the original, in my opinion. It had better music, at least. It had Rob Zombie in it.
Well, yeah, because the first one was a documentary, and the second one, I guess, was whatever it was. So,
have you seen House of a Thousand Corpses?
No, but I've seen Devil's Rejects.
Yeah, well, that's the sequel. Yes, some of the same characters. Yeah, it's a pretty brutal movie. But yeah, House of a Thousand Corpses. What's his name is in it? Rainn Wilson is in the first one, and
so is Rob Zombie's
what they do to him?
Wife, girlfriend, wife. She's the blonde chick.
No, yeah. She's in the sequel also, I think. I forget her name. Her name escapes me at the moment, but
I don't know her name, but she like Anthony.
She's pretty kooky. Yeah.
Even when she doesn't deserve it.
But if you get a chance to see that House of a Thousand Corpses, I recommend it. It's a good B movie cult thing. And
I'd like to see some more of it. I actually really enjoyed it. I'm not like the only scary movies I can't stand to watch like in a row sequely are the Freddy Krueger movies, and that's only just because of like the whole it gets you while you're asleep shit. Like I don't like being fucked with while I'm asleep.
What did I?
Oh crap! I did.
But you're awake when you're watching the movie, right?
Yes, but then, like, okay, the first time any kid sees a movie like that, it should be, like, I don't know, in a safe space, and it shouldn't be done, like, you shouldn't see every single one of them in one night, in one setting. Like, that's how my friend, like, my friend came over for, like, a sleepover, and she brought every single one of the frickin' Freddy movies, and I'd never seen any of them.
The first time you should be watching those are, like, 6 years old, pretend you're asleep, while your dad's watching them, and you have the covers, the blanket over your head with a little hole poked in it, scared shitless, but you can't make a noise or do anything because then you're going to get busted for watching it when you're supposed to be asleep. Or at a sleepover with all your friends, so if you're the first one to fall asleep, they all plan against you and fuck with you while you sleep.
Which one of those is the true story?
I think both of them.
Did they both happen?
Well, obviously not the first time I saw it, but yeah.
All I can say is Freddie gave, like, when I saw it, I was in 9th grade, so I was like 13, 14. I didn't sleep for like 3 months. I would get up in the middle of the night and go in there and like watch an infomercial. So I was like, fuck, I'm not going to sleep.
I remember being at my buddy's house for his birthday, and it was probably like 1984 or 85. And we watched one of the Star Wars movies. I don't remember which one. We watched either Jason or Freddy, one of those movies, and we watched Flashdance. That's the great thing about having older brothers. So I was
about to say that's a weird combination.
Yeah, I was like 6 years old, so it's like there was like the family-friendly movie for like why the parents were letting us watch. It was a sleepover, so like the parents were letting us watch a family-friendly movie, and then it was like, okay, a scary movie, but you have to watch it with them. And then for like a 6-year-old and like a 12-year-old or whatever it is, Flashdance is kind of like their porn. So kind of
okay.
So we got somebody in. Has everybody seen the Clone Wars? You're caught up on the Clone Wars?
portion
I
of.
am not caught up, but if you can speak, I don't mind about spoilers. If you wanna be spoiler free, that's fine. If you want to be spoiler full, that is also fine.
No, somebody just said, well, it's the right before Order 66. It's what happens with Ahsoka and Darth Maul before Order 66. And Ahsoka and Maul just fought. It was one of the best lightsaber fights in Star Wars history. They used Ray Park, and I can't think of her first name. Her last name's Kim. She was Ahsoka. They used them mocap for their fight, which you found out they were going to do at Celebration. So I'm not giving any spoilers away.
Thank you, Leah, for helping Ray. Michael, Jedi Master Ray, is also another one of my beautiful little sisters, and she's new to your channel.
Hi, Jedi Master Ray. How many sisters do you have?
A lot. I have a very vast and extensive family, and I accept and love all of them.
Well, all right.
Hey, I prefer the family I have on here versus the one in real life. Legit. I take every single one of you guys over my family any single day of the week, and twice on Sunday.
Oh, come on, your family's not so bad, is it?
You have no idea.
Is my mom? No.
Okay, let's put it this way. At the age of 13, suicide was a happier option. So yeah, they are.
No, don't
they are that bad.
No.
Oh no! Now it's not even. Now it doesn't even. It doesn't even like make me think about it because I have all you guys.
Suicide is not a way out. Well,
it is not.
Well, I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying at 13 years old with no other place to turn and absolutely no friends outside your own family, like shit got dark, man. Can't help it.
So all right, here we go.
Well, you turned out okay.
Anybody that's new over here, just please subscribe if you're on YouTube.
Yes, Michael's on Twitch and YouTube, and he has awesome shows, and he does a lot of them with Rule and Kylo and Ian and everybody else. Please, please, please subscribe. Show some love because he's hosting us.
And there is the link for Twitch too, so you can go over there and follow on Twitch. And then if anybody wants to come on and chat with Rachel, since they're
Leah, Ray, you want to come talk on the camera? Come talk on the camera.
I think we should talk about Clone Wars, but there's something I want to talk about for a minute.
Sure.
It's called. Are you guys familiar with something called the despecialized versions of the original trilogy? Despecialized. No?
You mean like the original movies?
Yes, but in high definition, because the original trilogy was never released in its original in high definition. And so I can't believe I'm talking to like genuine article 100% real Star Wars fans. I've never heard of the despecialized editions. It's really an amazing thing. It's this guy named Harmy. Well, that's his like screen name, Harmy. And what he did, and a team of super duper Star Wars fans, like super bombad fucking Star Wars fans, they took the like high def Blu-ray DVD of the original trilogy. And you can't get that other than the special editions. And with fucking the young Anakin at the end of Return of the Jedi, and they took away the Yub Nub song and like all the crap that they had in.
Did you know that they're actually not saying Yub Nub? They're actually saying Yun Nub. YUNYUB. They're actually saying Yun Nub, not Yub Nub. I didn't realize that until I bought that book.
Yub Nub.
It actually explains it.
Yub Nub's more fun.
So you're talking about
okay.
the movies that I have, in my computer. that's broken, that's at your house. Those ones, they're just not in high def.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I have the original
I'm
movies.
not sure what you downloaded. I don't know, but the despecialized. So I didn't finish. I'm sorry. I've been drinking a little. I had 2 margaritas and a beer, and I need another beer. But the despecialized versions are all 3 of the original trilogy, and these guys took the the Blu-ray version, but they also had 6 other source materials to work with, 6 other versions of the original sources, at least for episode 4. A New Hope. Before it was called A New Hope, so they took A New Hope out of the crawl, and they took the dewbacks out, and they took out all the ridiculous Mos Eisley stuff, and they just removed everything and they restored it. And there's actually
was ridiculous.
The new special edition Mos Eisley stuff.
Oh, that stuff, yeah.
It was ridiculous.
I'm not gonna defend.
Yeah.
I love
Mos Eisley is awesome.
But there were things that they added to the originals that I was just like, I get that it's fun to do that, but the clunky, yes.
That's why I'm giving some press over here, some PR to the despecialized versions. If you don't know them, look them up. The despecialized versions, you can't really download them. You can download torrents of them, which is legal, and you should use a VPN when you do it. It's not that illegal. It's more like unlawful, not really illegal. But yeah, you can download BitTorrents of yeah. Well, the Time Warner or Spectrum or Charter or Optimum, whoever your provider is, they will send you a letter and they will turn your shit off if you're a repeat offender. So that's why I recommend using a VPN.
I have a free VPN that I use, and I haven't had cable for a year, or I haven't had cable since I moved in here, and I've been using, not me personally, but I know people that use Kodi every day for movies and TV shows and everything else.
Well, I'm not talking about Kodi. Cody's a different thing. But yeah, Kodi's cool. But I'm just talking about BitTorrents, just downloading it and watching. I know Kodi uses BitTorrents sometimes. Some of the channels use BitTorrents, but I'm just talking about just downloading over BitTorrent the despecialized versions. One great BitTorrent site I've been using lately is called 1337.to. So it's 1337.to. And 1337, that's Leet speak for Leet, L-E-E-T. I might be getting. I'll post it in the YouTube
post it
channel.
In the chat. That way, if anybody wants to go check it out, they can.
Yeah.
Leah's already in here. Leah, I almost tagged you again in one of my mass emails or text tweets. It's a tweet.
So I know somebody said they didn't want to come on because they don't want to break the camera. There's an option to leave your camera off, and you put up whatever picture you want to put on. So it can be pretty much anything.
Leah, you have no excuse now, my lady. You must come on.
But yeah, the despecialized versions, that's about all I'll say. It's basically high definition versions of the original trilogy movies that were never released in high def, but this team of
nerds,
super hardcore fans,
nerds.
Removed. That's why it's called despecialized, because they removed all the special edition stuff and
hey, where's Scoops?
To the way it was.
Where's Scooby Dooby Doo? What's his handle, Michael? I forgot.
Huh?
Scooby Doo's handle? His Twitter handle?
I don't know. I don't know if he has a Twitter.
I need a beer. I'll be right back.
Ian, go get a beer. You need it.
You're not the only one that needs a beer. I just can't get one through the TV.
there. If anybody wants to hop on StreamYard, Rachel's peoples that she's saying to come here.
Come on, peepees. Come hang out, please.
Peepee.
I said peepees, as in like peeps. Okay, come on, people. Please come hang out with me. Is that better? I think you introduced me to someone here, Rachel, that does custom designs. Yes, I did. That would be Mr. Kylo Customs. Cool. Awesome.
I went to Home Depot today.
What did you get at Home Depot? Oh, I should have told you to stop by.
It was all right.
I should have told you to stop by the computer store and pick me up some memory. Not like for my computer. Well, yeah, like
RAM.
Hey,
no, not RAM. I can't get the RAM there that I need. I gotta order that online because I need 64 RAM.
the
They don't have it
ambassador
there.
is here.
I've already checked. Oh, Ambassador, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm pretty sure the only reason why he probably went to Home Depot is to pick up parts for Ray's lightsaber.
Andy, I am.
I'm a big person.
And currently, I am a 2XL. But all of the T-shirts I've bought since Celebration last year have been XL, so that when I lose weight, they fit me properly. So right now, they're just kind of tight. I look like the fat guy, but not like fat guy in a little coat. Oh, so we got Andy. Andy just showed up.
Charlie!
And Charlie's here, and the ambassador's here. And whoever else I didn't say hi to before, or Rachel didn't say hi to.
I've been watching, but like I'm also like I'm letting everybody know where I'm at. Like I don't know where Roll is. I've been like tweeting that man for the last 20 minutes.
They didn't have Lysol at Home Depot.
What kind of homework is your kid working on, Charlie?
Rachel, any news you want to tell us about yourself today?
Didn't I don't. Do I have news?
Any news?
Did you leave?
I
the
busted
house?
1,500.
Yeah, well, that's news.
I don't like bragging. But yeah, I did. I busted. Sitting at the last time I checked, I'm sitting at 1,530. And then I started writing solo too. James from Rebel Scum gave me an awesome recommendation on some software to write it actually in script form instead of like having to transcribe it. So it's actually being written as it should be written. So yeah.
Like a script, like in the middle of the page, like has like a block of text.
Yeah, it actually
You know what I
has
mean?
like these little keys at the bottom that like tell you like this is for dialogue, this is for your parentals, this is for your action sequence, your intros. It's actually fairly easy. I mean, it took me like an hour to figure it out, but once I figured it out, I was off and running.
There you go. Yeah.
Screw this new way of math. Yes. Screw it in the behind hard. I hate the new math. My friend's daughter had to learn how to like do the new math that they've like everything the way we all learned math in school is completely like it doesn't exist anymore. It's like they're doing math the way they did Pluto. It doesn't exist anymore. So now everybody has to do this backdoor weird shit that makes absolutely no sense, and it takes twice as long as the version we were taught. Like there's an actual video of two teachers teaching it side by side, and the chick that does it the way we all learned it did it 10 times faster than the one that was doing it the way they have to learn it.
I don't know. It's supposed to make it easier. I don't know much about it, but it's supposed to make it easier. Like I think the learning curve is higher, but like once you get it, it makes it easier to do math in your head.
So then they should teach it both ways. They should teach it the right way and then the slack or easy way. That to add 98 plus 2, you take 50 plus 50 and divide that by 25 to get your 2, and then multiply it by something and then add 27 because there's always a 27 in there.
Show Ray how to join. There's a link. right, if you go up, I'm scanning up. It's under the TooMedToo Star Wars Network, and it's also under the Twitch one as well. If you
I'll just
click
put it
on
on.
it,
I got it. I'll just put it on there.
okay. Oh God, I selected all of the cameras. Why did I do that? Oh, there we go. You click that link, and then you can come on. Well, you come into the back room, and then he'll let you come on. And Leah, the name of the software that James told me about is called Fadein, Fadein. Scarab's here, what up?
And then
this is tough. This is tough trying to watch all the comments because I have YouTube open and there's a lot of comments there, and then I have Twitch open, both of them muted, so I don't hear them. But I'm also in the StreamYard.
Since you're on StreamYard, you get all the comments.
No, I'm just getting live comments. Right.
It'll be a little red.
I'm sorry that you got kicked out of my Periscope. I'm not good at streaming.
But you can't leave a comment on StreamYard.
Yes, right! What's up, girl? She did an awesome cosplay as a Harley Quinn today, Michael.
I just watched the Harley Quinn movie today with Danielle. I didn't find out what she thought about it. I thought it was pretty good. I am not a huge comic book fan, so I think there was a lot of that wasn't true to how the comic books were, or the storyline was supposed to be. But I found it very entertaining. And afterwards, I was like, okay, how would I explain this? And it's like when I went to go see The Rise of Skywalker. What did you think about the Harley Quinn movie?
I looked up people's reactions to it because I was curious, and people who are really big comic book people hated it. But people who were just like as a movie on its own, I loved it. I thought she was great. I loved it. But I guess it's not like you're saying, I don't know.
Everybody hear that?
I heard it. Hi, Danny.
Ian says hi. She said.
So I don't know what's factual and what's not.
Yeah.
But I feel like people who aren't very big into that were not happy with the movie.
Yeah, she said that she liked it, but she's not a comic book person. So as a story, she liked it, and that's the same way I was. But it's just not factual if you're a comic book person. So after the movie, she looked it up, and kind of like what I was just saying, people that are comic book people didn't really like it because it's not true to the story, and people that aren't comic book people liked it because it was just a fun story.
They liked her. Everyone liked her for the most part.
I liked the black chick. She was hot.
This is the Birds of Prey movie, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Black Canary?
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. And out of all the DC films that came out, like Birds of Prey is really good compared to the other DC films, in my opinion. I mean, I like the Dark Knight too, so.
I mean, I can understand where, people wouldn't like it because, well, I mean, I don't really know because I don't know the whole storyline. So I don't know how far off it was from, things, or like she gave a quick little timeline of her history and DC Comics.
Oh, now I get the ladder comment. I didn't see the ladder until a second ago.
Like even Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad was okay, but I feel like the Birds of Prey one was definitely went in the right direction for the subject matter of Birds of Prey.
Suicide Squad got terrible reviews, but I thought it was alright. It was a fun movie. It wasn't too bad.
I mean, because when I go to watch a movie, I just want to for that hour and a half or 2 hours, not have to worry about anything else and just find enjoyment out of it. And
remember we went to see Godzilla with Gabe? It was like a stupid movie, but it was fun.
Yeah. Which
Godzilla? Because there have been quite a few.
The latest kaiju movie.
I think the latest one that came out, maybe, was it last summer or the summer before? I think it was
that one? Summer. I haven't seen that one. I saw the one with Matthew Broderick in it, and everybody gave it shit.
That was a long time ago.
No, the one with
I'm old.
The one with the little Princess Leia in it.
Little Princess Leia.
With Carrie?
Wasn't she in it?
I don't know.
The girl from Stranger Things.
Oh.
Winona Ryder? No,
No.
Millie Bobby Brown.
Yeah.
What's she in it?
That's not Carrie's daughter, Billy Bobby Brown.
That's Billy Lord. That's her daughter.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
she would be the perfect Princess Leia if they
Oh,
popped
she
out another
would.
movie right now.
She has her mom's eyes.
Oh no, I'm saying
Billy Lord would. I thought you were talking about the other chick from Stranger
Yeah,
Things.
Bobby-
I was like,
Bobby
Millie
Brown.
Bobby Brown.
Yeah, she
That's
looks
who you're talking about. Whoops.
She looks just like her. She's like 16 years old, and Carrie Fisher was like 18 or 19 when she filmed the movie. So if you take a couple years off, so you got another 3 years to pop out a Leia movie.
That'd be cool.
Like,
hell to the no.
and
No,
what I think,
no.
I mean,
That chick doesn't look anything like her.
depending on what happens with Hollywood after. I know we talked about it sometime in the last couple of weeks. That when there was
She got caught selling like fake makeup. She was pimping fake makeup but wasn't using it, but saying that she swore by it. Like she was sponsored by some brand of makeup, and they
Gwyneth
dropped her
Paltrow's
like
vagina.
What?
What?
All I heard was something pouches vagina. That's all I heard.
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Gwyneth, Gwyneth.
Gwyneth Paltrow.
I only know what Goop is because of Stephen Colbert. He's obsessed with it. Not Gwyneth Paltrow's vagina, but Goop.
How do you know that he's
I
not?
don't know, he could be obsessed with
Hollywood is
I was going to say he could be.
But
I don't want to speak to Stephen.
we were talking about the other day how with the strike in the early 80s, whatever it was, that all the movies and everything that came out afterwards, the quality was so good because people that wrote movies had time to redo them. And people...
Hey, Michael?
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but who's got the water running?
Not me.
'Cause I can hear it. Gareth can hear it. Charlie can hear it. It sounds like somebody's. It's Ian.
It's Ian.
I had the TV on, but it's on really low.
Gosh.
It's Ian.
What?
I was gonna say because
All right, I muted the television. Hey, let's talk Star Wars for a second. Speaking of
Okay.
Leia, I thought when they showed Luke and Leia during her training in the Rise of Skywalker, that I think they made them look too young. They should have made them look a little older. I know it was like computer generated, a lot like they did Tarkin in Rogue One, and but I think they looked like A New Hope Luke and Leia, and not like post Jedi Luke and Leia.
well, they pulled
I think they were both
Leia's
trained.
face from the Return of the Jedi. They pulled Luke from Empire, I think, when he was training with Yoda, because he has that one moment where he falls with Yoda, and then you get that good shot of his face. That didn't sound right.
Yeah,
I mean,
Or
I
it could
think they
be-
did a
it-
good job
I mean,
on that
yeah,
scene
I
and special
it was-
effects.
but I
don't
think they made them
did a
look
bad
too
job
young.
with that. I wish they had just let Leia have her lightsaber sooner. I would have, I've told Ray about this. I think, honest to God, the coolest, most badass moment possible would have been on the battle of Crate, where Luke walks out and confronts Kylo Ren. I think instead of Luke, it should have been Leia. I think Leia had the wardrobe to work and make it look fucking epic. I think Leia, if she had walked out and stood there and yelled up at that ship with Ben in it, like, Kylo Ren would have shit his robe. But then if he had to go
That's his mom.
down there and face off with his mom, and then like some shit started, and Leia just kind of whipped her lightsaber out and was like, "Bring it." It would have been
Yeah.
epic. Both of the twins together fighting. It would have been epic.
But Kylo Ren's not mad at his mom. He's mad at Luke Skywalker.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that. But I'm just saying,
He still
it
loves
would
his
have been an
mommy.
awesome moment to see Luke and Leia with lightsabers standing side by side. It would have been fucking epic.
Yeah, maybe a missed opportunity there, maybe.
My theory with Kylo Ren, you know how Yoda says that anger leads to hate? I mean, God, how does he say it?
Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to
Fear
leads to anger. Anger leads to hate.
Yeah.
Hate leads to suffering.
And that's like the Skywalker family. Anakin made his choices. And when Kylo came around and he was force sensitive, had these voices, they didn't know what to do. They were scared. They were fearful of their own child. And even Luke.
If you think about Luke and Leia, they've been afraid, and Anakin was afraid to begin with too. Yeah, like the biggest part of their problem was denying who they were, and basically being human and how they felt. They just kind of tried to shut that part of themselves off.
Well,
but also fear of what it could mean.
When you're sent to your uncle and you feel like your parents are scared of you, and even your uncle, and you see your uncle turn around and have a lightsaber drawn, even though Luke regretted it, he had a faint of heart, but it was too late. And at that point, in his brain, he was probably like, "You guys think I'm a monster? I'm gonna be a monster."
I mean, at that point, he's got to be like, "I don't want to this is not my thing. Like, apparently, you guys don't feel like I'm one of you. You feel like I'm the enemy. So." I'm not gonna. I think basically what drove Kylo to the First Order was he didn't want to continue to kind of carry the weight of that name. I mean, think about it. Luke says it. I was a legend. I mean, Leia was a legend in her own right, but she was a bit more down to earth because she wasn't a Jedi. She wasn't somebody that was supposed to be better. She was just. She was a senator, and then she became a general. So, she led people. She didn't, I don't know. I think Ben pretty much at that moment with all of the fear and the doubt and everything that was going on, I think what probably ended up happening was that at that moment when he saw Luke standing over him, and probably all throughout his training at that temple, he was probably like, I don't fit in here even among people who are like me. So, I need to make a name for myself.
First Order.
Yep. I'm gonna go chill with Hux. We'll pick out some drapes. We'll help Snoke decorate the throne room.
I was bummed when they killed Hux.
They shouldn't have killed Hux.
All right, we got somebody else that wants to pop up in here. And really quick, I just want to say, I need 3 people to follow me on Twitch so I can hit my 50.
Everybody hit the lickety-like, go over to Twitch and say hello and show your love.
They just need to follow. They don't even need to do anything else, then they're done. But we have the ambassador coming in.
I need a hat.
Hey, everybody.
Ambassador, hello, sir.
Hey, Ambassador.
Hey, it's kind of late, so you're just going to get the icon tonight. I've already been on 2 streams today as it is, but going to pass up the opportunity to hang out with the fellow nerds. So,
yes.
Good to see y'all. I know I haven't met all of you. I know TooMed up here, but the rest of you, I think, don't know me, and I don't really know you. So, howdy.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello there.
Here finally. Did y'all hear what Leia, or did you see what Leia posted Leah posted whenever I made that comment about Leia going down there to meet Ben? She was like, "Go stand in the corner and think about what you've done." Go to your room, young man.
I mean, there's just so much that can with that, and I don't know. Yeah, it's months after the movie. We're still talking about bits and pieces of it. We're not even talking about the whole movie anymore. We're talking about what was Kylo? Why was he acting the way he was? Was he jealous? Oh, hello, Ambassador. All right.
I'll come on camera for a minute. I'm in my PJs. Just I don't have my face on, as some ladies like to say. So to everybody in the chat,
I don't either, bro.
Stir Nerd a lot. Good to see you, bud. Hope you're doing well.
Right here with you.
So
we got a little bit.
I was picking on Leah, saying, "Damn it, woman, you're making me wear a bra at this time of night." Fuck.
Nobody needs
love
that.
the ESO.
Yeah, after 10 o'clock, there should be none of that going on at all. I heard that they're going to pass that once the lockdown's over, that no one's allowed to wear a bra after 10 o'clock p.m.
I hate my hair.
You hate your
I
hair. I
think I'm
need
gonna
a
shave my entire
haircut
fucking
bad.
head.
I need a haircut so bad. I mean, it's
But-
been 3 months and I'm going nuts.
It's the mirror effect of this fucking thing. It drives me insane.
I mean, the
Aha.
the novelization touched on Kylo's like mind a little bit. That's what this novelization was amazing, just because it got you more into their heads and what they were thinking.
Oh my god, you need my
Charlie! I'm shocked at you, sir.
Well, I
but
just think
you know, it's like
Go ahead.
I mean, he was a spoiled little brat, and yeah, maybe he didn't have,
Don't be irate.
you know, I don't know what just happened.
Be
I just froze.
aggressive. Be
Oh.
aggressive.
No, he was just a spoiled little brat, and you know, that's like if you're poor and you wish you had money because life would be easier for you, you know, so your problems will go away, and then you have money, so that you know, but then you still have problems. They're just different problems that you had, but they can be similar depending on, you know, what your life was and your parents not wanting you or whatever it was. Not that they didn't want them, but you know, like they're off doing their own thing, and whether or not they're working a lot or they're at the bar drinking, it doesn't really matter. They're not there giving you the attention that you want as a child. So you know, so you're gonna have this viewpoint that's jaded on life, and then you know, you see, because you're evil like your grandfather, that your uncle's about to kill you, and you know, you don't wait to find out what's going to happen. You just go on this path that's already been, you know, dealt to you by some phantom menace that no one knows about at the moment. So
I mean, I kind of agree to disagree, but I think more of along the lines, if I think about Star Wars in general, there's a lot of mental health, parenting themes in Star Wars about cause and reaction. Anakin didn't have a father, he had his mother. He's always searched for a father figure. You see this like parent kind of discourse going on and the influence of your legacy. And I think that, I mean, Kylo, since he was a baby, was being manipulated in his head, and as he got older, it got worse. And then the final snapping moment for him was seeing his uncle, even though Luke regretted it, but he didn't see it that way. He saw that all of his family just turned on him, so he didn't want to be with them. Heck, he just wanted to, as he said, that Snoke and his and everyone else only see him as his legacy. I am no one.
Yeah, and honestly, I can agree with that, because there is a lot of mental disorder that is not very in-depthly explored in the movies themselves or anything. Because you think about it, Anakin came from a very tragic, he came from a very tragic background. It was him and his mother the majority of his life. And then he gets yanked out of the only home that he knows, away from his only family, and gets whisked off into a whole galaxy of Jedi and senators and politics and war and everything else under the sun. And he is a 9 or 10-year-old kid at the time of Phantom Menace. And
Charlie, you're flashing us.
He is by no means equipped for any of this whatsoever. He's just trying. I mean, he goes off with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon more so than Obi-Wan. And Qui-Gon's telling him, look, being a Jedi is not all sunshine, roses, and flowers and lightsabers and the Force. It sucks. It's hard. It's a hard life. And particularly for the Jedi at this point in the history of their order in the galaxy, because quite frankly, starting with the Phantom Menace and maybe even going a little bit before that, this is quite literally the twilight of the Jedi Order. They are on the decline. The galaxy as a whole does not trust them. The galaxy as a whole has their suspicions about them because a lot of the galaxy does still, at least in part, remember the legacy of the Sith. And everything, the Sith Order from back around Darth Bane's time and coming up through that point and everything. And I would imagine even during the High Republic period, which we're going to get a pretty decent look at here in a few months. The galaxy has not, by and large, forgotten the Sith, even though the Jedi have pretty much dismissed them. And you've got Anakin dropped into the middle of all of this. And he's not equipped, he's not prepared mentally for any of this. And he's just kind of, he's a decent pilot, he's a decent mechanic and what have you. He does have some
midichlorians. He's got the midichlorians.
Now, would you lay that at Shmi's feet, or would you lay it at the Jedi's feet? Because technically they're the ones that are supposed to go out and find these children that have the ability and that need the training to learn how to understand and control that force inside them. So if they're able to find all these other force sensitives, why did they overlook Anakin? So I mean, is it something that could have been
for that moment for a reveal?
An outer rim planet. It's on the outer rim.
Well,
it doesn't matter. If you're a Jedi Knight, you should have been looking everywhere for any force sensitive kid.
They messed
Reaper Girl, here's part of the problem. The Jedi are actually Rachel. Okay, Rachel. The Jedi Order at this point in their history is relatively small. You figure with the Knights and Masters and Padawans all combined and all the trainees that are there at the temple on Coruscant, their numbers are maybe in the 10,000 to 12,000 range. They are not that massive. They are not that big. The Jedi Order was, before this, quite literally huge. It was most likely in the millions. And everything up until, I would say, probably around the High Republic period. That was when they were at their biggest.
But even if I see where you're going with it, but even if it was the fact that they were less in number, which I mean, Mace Windu does say, we're keepers of the peace, we're not soldiers, we're not going to fight a war. But I mean, literally almost in every film, and I'm sure in some of the books and comics, they make mention of just random people knowing what Jedi are. I mean, Anakin knew what a Jedi was before Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan even introduced themselves as such. So the fact that people out there knew what a Jedi was, knew their abilities, it would have automatically shined a light on Anakin. Hey, this kid can make shit float. He can do shit that kids shouldn't be able to do, like fly pod races.
But he wasn't doing any of those things.
No,
pod racing.
Well, yeah, but that was just having fast reflexes. He wasn't doing
that. Could
like
be
Tony Stewart.
That could be Michael, because he was being him and his mother were owned by the Hutts. Do you think if Jabba the Hutt had a ringer like Anakin and he had a chance to hang on to him, he'd just start advertising, "Hey Jedi, I've got this really wicked kid that can do all these cool things. Don't come take him from me." Jabba is very low key, so he wouldn't have shined a light on Anakin. But anybody who saw him would have known.
Well, he wasn't owned by Jabba. He was owned by I think an associate. There was a female Hutt that owned Anakin and Shmi, and that associate, who ended up selling him to Watto. And the thing
lost him in a pod race.
The thing is, even though Anakin is this very gifted and very talented pilot, that could be just attributed to the fact that he has very good instincts for a human. It's not necessarily a marker for him being a force sensitive, a force attuned individual. The Jedi. Go ahead.
I think that the Force willed for Qui-Gon to find him. I believe that he was not, and the Force willed it at that moment for them to meet. He met Padme that way. The Force willed him to be found in that moment. And I like to say that he himself knew, he heard it from everyone that they think he's the chosen one. This big old grandiose guy, and Qui-Gon passed away, who would have been a good father figure and teach him, it's not all But an Obi-Wan just became a Jedi Master.
Well,
and
he became a
grown-
knight. He
became a knight.
Yeah, he had become a knight at the end of Phantom Menace, and
Exactly.
and Rey and everything. I agree with you. The fact that
Hey, Michael, can you link Charlie again? Sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry.
no,
But-
it's okay.
But my thing is that you have this child who goes into
Mhm.
this world. He leaves his mother behind. He gets pulled into this world. He meets, someone he really loves, which is Padme. But
Mhm.
getting off topic. But
No,
he
it's
have
okay.
all this pressure, and he wants this father figure kind of connection as he's grown up. And guess who he finds that in? Sidious.
It's Palpatine. Well, and I have talked about this in previous streams and previous videos that I have done. Sidious Palpatine, I'll go by his normal name. He was honestly, I think, more honest and more truthful with Anakin than the entirety of the Jedi Order, except for maybe Qui-Gon. The majority of the Jedi Council didn't trust him. And while Obi-Wan, over time, as he was teaching Anakin to be a Jedi and everything, their relationship did grow. It did flourish. It became much more of a younger brother, older brother dynamic and everything, particularly in the latter years of the Clone Wars. And you see that in the series, and you see it a little bit in Revenge of the Sith.
Exactly.
But the thing is, the only person that ever dealt with Anakin on the level, even though he did keep his true identity and his true potential secret for obvious reasons, was Palpatine. Now, am I saying that Palpatine was a completely altruistic and decent person? No.
Well, I mean, if you look at it from CVP's point of view versus that of the Jedi, they both had similar agendas. The Jedi used Anakin just as much as GVP did because they wanted him to basically end the Sith, bring balance into the Force, whether it was for good or ill. He never had a choice.
Well, and Rachel, the other thing is, Anakin was thrust into this whole prophecy that he didn't even fully understand. The Jedi themselves didn't even fully understand. They didn't know what exactly it meant for the Force to be in balance. And this goes way, way back and everything. And I've talked about this previously, and I'll touch on it briefly here. The Force wielders of the ancient Republic, of the ancient Star Wars universe, they did not see the Force in terms of light and dark. They saw it in spectrums of gray, in a manner of speaking. And they tapped into all aspects of the Force, both light and dark and everything. And they didn't categorize a particular Force ability as light or dark. They just saw it as they saw it as a
probably why they flourished.
Yes, exactly. The early Force users. This is told in the Dark Horse comics series and anything, Dawn of the Jedi. It's also done in the novel and everything. It's in the same time period, Dawn of the Jedi, but I can't remember the name of the bloody book off the top of my head. The Jedi of that era were not bound so rigidly by the structures of the Jedi Code that we would come to know from the Old Republic, the High Republic, and the Twilight of the Republic periods. Everything. They saw the Force as a bigger dynamic and everything, and they saw it as a tool that they had access to.
I mean, why do you think the Force is unbalanced? There's no gray area. It's like pretty much this whole cohort
it's a whole spectrum.
thing. It's a whole spectrum, and
Yes.
then
It's also
it's like a blank space in the middle.
Balance within yourself for the Force to be balanced, and none of the Jedi were technically completely balanced. They were all put by things they had to deny.
I had to come in and balance the Force in here. He's a Jedi Master. So I had to come in as a Sith Lord. I had to balance out this chat.
But
we're perfectly
you
balanced.
Go, Brett?
The circle is
I'll grab my saber.
And Neo Sci-Fi makes a very good point. The Force is very much, in a lot of ways, a living organism. It has I don't want to get into a whole lot of metaphysics here or anything, but in a lot of ways, the Force, I believe, does in some ways have a conscious will. It does exist as a conscious force, because the things you have to remember, and they don't elaborate on this all too much, but you get references, bits and pieces here and there throughout the TV shows and the movies and what have you, particularly in the Mortis arc, is that there is the living force and the cosmic force. I am of the opinion that the cosmic force very much has a conscious will, and it sees that the fact that the force is out of balance in a lot of ways. And Anakin's purpose and everything, even though he was a manipulation of the force by Sidious and Plagueis, was the fact that they wanted to create this ultimate force wielder to manipulate to their own ends, essentially. But the force rebelled against that manipulation, and ultimately what happened is that Anakin came into being through Shmi and what have you. The Force conceived a being, quite literally. And the purpose of Anakin was to bring balance to the Force. And in part, he did achieve that goal and everything, even though it was much later in his life, because if you really think about it, he left behind Luke. That was it. After he was destroyed and Sidious was destroyed, the Force was in balance again. You had one Force wielder who was neither aligned to the light or the dark. Luke was, in fact, in a lot of ways, I know some people don't like this term or anything, a great Jedi. He didn't adhere to either the light or the dark per se. He did keep some of the tenets of the old Jedi Order when he formed his own academy on Yavin 4, if you go with the EU or wherever it was in the sequel trilogy. But Luke was very much a reformer of the Force and of the Jedi Order in a lot of ways. And it was because of Anakin's act that he was allowed to bring balance to the Force. And ultimately give Luke that opportunity to forge a new path for Force wielders into the future, where they could, in a lot of ways, study the Force in its various aspects, not just in, as Palpatine very aptly said, the rigid, dogmatic thinking of the Jedi. You know, a bad guy is oftentimes going to say things that might be unpleasant for you to hear, but there's going to be truth in them. And honestly, Palpatine, he had an angle and he had a perspective that the Jedi didn't have, because he says to Anakin, and I don't think he was being disingenuous or lying when he's talking to Anakin there in his quarters on and everything, the Supreme Chancellor's quarters and everything there on Coruscant, when he says, to understand the great mystery, one has to study all aspects of the Force, not just the narrow dogmatic thinking of the Jedi. Yeah, and Charlie Skywalker, yes, the Jedi became perverted, and it was not because of that. The numbers were...
What happened to Rey?
That's honestly a really good question.
Because
no, you're fine, Rachel. You're fine. I think the problem with Rey is we don't.
My friend Rey, she was in the chat with you. Now she's disappeared.
She's gone. I don't know what happened. Goodness, I thought you were asking about Rey from the movies.
Oh no, there's so much conjecture around that particular character that, I mean, she's.
I'm sorry.
I wish the people that played these characters, that embodied them, would actually get some opportunity to speak to what they would have preferred their story to be. Because if you're stepping into that character's skin, you should have at least some say of, their origin.
Yes, I agree.
Michael, you're muted. We can't hear you.
He was petting me.
Oh, you don't
fucking petting me.
You don't have. You're an actor. You don't have a voice. If you were a director or a producer, then you have a voice. You're an actor. You have no say in what happens. You're there. You're paid to do a job.
But I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
but
Not necessarily. There's many stories of actors in big time movies. All kinds of movies or plays or anything. Actors that collaborate with the director and like give their input and like the famous Raiders of the Lost Ark scene, and when the swordsman is doing his thing, and then Harrison Ford just shoots him. They were meant to have a big fight there, but Harrison Ford.
by then Harrison Ford was a star.
He was sick. That doesn't like. But I agree with what Ian's saying. There have been other collaborations between artist and director.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're an actor, you have a job to do. So it's just like you're a stock boy. You're hired. You're a nobody stock boy. They're not gonna listen to you whether you're right or not. You've been working there for a while. You have some creed or whatever, and then they're gonna listen to your opinion on how to build the display or whatever. Like with actors, Daisy Ridley hasn't done anything but Star Wars. The couple movies she has made have bombed, haven't been good.
I like Ophelia.
The only one in the new trilogy that's done anything that's been good besides the Star Wars movies is Adam Driver.
Yeah, and that's
Daisy Ridley. All her other movies haven't done well critically or in the box office. And
have you seen Murder on the Orient Express? It's not so bad, and she's in that, and I liked her.
I honestly haven't, but that doesn't mean much. Well, and
I'm not saying she's not a good actor. She just hasn't been in good roles. There's a big difference.
Yeah, she hasn't. The problem is they tried to replicate what they did, what Lucas and his crew did with the original Star Wars, and bring in relative unknowns and everything, except for some of the other roles like Alec Guinness and Peter Cushing and what have you. I'm not saying that Daisy Ridley, Adam Driver, Oscar Isaacs, or even John Boyega are bad actors or actress. Far from it. They are all good actors and everything. They know what they're doing. The problem was they were given crap to work with. And this is a point I've made before and everything. And I know a lot of people have their beef with the prequels. And I did for a while myself. I'll be the first to admit it. But the thing you have to remember is an actor can only do so much with what they're given. And when they're given crap, they can only do so much with that crap and everything to make it decent. I like Oscar Isaacs. I think he's a decent actor. I honestly enjoyed him and everything as Poe Dameron in Force Awakens. I liked him as Apocalypse in X-Men Apocalypse. I'm an X-Men nut. I love the X-Men universe. I know the movies have been hit and miss, but honestly, this was a story that I enjoyed. This was a group of characters I could connect with, and this was a villain that I had been waiting for them to bring to the screen. And honestly, I know some people have said, well, it's just the basic supervillain wants to take over the world. But basically, if you want to look at it, that's what Apocalypse, by and large, is in the comic books. He's wanting to take over the world, weed out the weak, and keep the strong under it. That's Apocalypse's whole raison d'etre, quite literally. And Oscar Isaacs, I think, did a very good job as Apocalypse.
He was okay.
So,
yeah.
And hey,
the only thing I don't like, particularly what they've done with Poe, is they've tried to backpedal on his character arc.
Yes.
In The Force Awakens, Kylo Ren literally says, "I didn't know we had the best pilot in the Resistance." Mm-hmm. And then in The Last Jedi, he becomes the best pilot, but he also becomes this cocky little, I go off half-cocked and make up my own plans, and I don't listen to the orders or rules, and I fly by the seat of my pants. And that's contradictory to being a good soldier and the respect that he owes to Leia and everything else. And then in Tross, they literally cut the man's balls off and make him this whiny, emo, can't fly shit to save his life guy. And it's literally like he almost became too popular of a character that he started to overshadow other characters. So they're like, let's knock him down a peg.
Damn. They did knock him down a peg, didn't they?
Yeah, they really.
I don't know if it's me.
Prime example, the space snake scene where they're in there and he flips out his little flashlight, and then Rey's just like, oh. And he just stands there just like, I mean, it's literally like they emasculated him at every turn. But I mean, I have to admit, I love the moment where he gets in that argument with Finn, and Poe's just literally like, well, I'm not Leia. And Finn's like, that's for damn sure. But then you see Poe step back and kind of almost take in what he's been told and kind of like look at it as, am I operating under my own self-interest, or am I operating under the group's self-interest?
Yeah. Well, and I've told, again, this is my memory of going to see Rise of Skywalker. Me and the missus, we went with a couple of our friends from college, and the only reason we really went was to spend time with our friends from college. Truth be told, we went out to dinner afterwards, and we went and did a little retail therapy at a local movie store. I had a headache from the minute we walked into the theater till the moment I got up out of my seat and walked out. And I have never, in all my years, ever walked out of a movie, but I walked out of Rise of Skywalker. It was right after she killed Palpatine, and I was like, I'm done. I'm out. I'm finished. I told the missus, I was like, tell our friends, because they were sitting right next to us and everything. I was like, tell them I'll be waiting in the lobby and everything.
That was more than I did. I like sat there. I wanted to leave, but out of respect for Chewie and everybody, like I stayed, especially for Carrie Fisher, I stayed. But legit at that last scene, I showed my ass in that theater. I'll never be able to go back, because I was just like, motherfucker, that's not how that works. You can't just take the last name. That's not how that shit works.
That is the part that really ticked me off.
The part that really ticked me off was she buried the sabers and made them watch. And then she pulls out this Home Depot POS. Look, it's
that saber is ugly as hell. It's not an elegant weapon. It's a junky.
Leah, I know you're in. I love you, and I love Rey too. But that lightsaber is shit.
Yes,
but I mean, we've already talked about. She buries the lightsaber so that because Kylo Ren impregnated her. So that her her kids can find them, and then that's how you start episode 10 off, no matter how much period of time it was. Like, I know Ambassador is not a fan of the sequels, but I think The Last Jedi was the best Star Wars movie that there's been. If you're going to follow along the lines of the Jedi,
hoodoo.
I really liked.
Who's beeping?
I can't even think right now. I'm a fake fan.
No, you're not. Mike, you're many things, but you're not a fake fan. You like what you like. I respect the fact that you like The Last Jedi. I don't. I don't vehemently, but I very much detest that movie. I can't in good conscience sit through that movie a second time. I watched it twice, and I tried to watch it last year and everything. I couldn't get 5 minutes into that thing. I was like, to hell with this. I stopped it, took it out of the player, and put it back in the case, and it's sitting on its shelf.
And like
I agree to disagree.
I've said a lot of times, the Rise of Skywalker, to end the saga was horrible, but to end the sequels was good. I have a lot of issues with a lot of things in the movie. It should have definitely been like a 6-hour movie or a two-part 3-hour movie. But for what the fact that they had to give us, that they were only going to give us 2 hours and 20 minutes or whatever it was, it did the best it could, and it's not what it should have been, but it's what we got, and I don't know.
Star Wars.
Yeah.
It's Star Wars, even at its best or worst. It's somebody's point of view, but it's Star Wars. I mean, you don't like it, rewrite it.
Don't tempt me.
I've already done it. I've already rewrote my version of it.
Rachel's on chapter 43 of her book.
Well, you know,
No, I'm on chapter
for me,
33.
Oh, 33.
for me, the canon movies end with Return of the Jedi. That's where the story ends. That's the logical closure point. If you want to include the EU as a continuation, fine. There's lots of parts of the EU that I absolutely positively love. I mean, I am a hardcore EU fan. I went and bought the hard copies of the Throne trilogy when it came out in the early 90s. Their first editions. I've got all 3 parts. I've read them.
Uh-oh.
I've read them at nauseum. So I've got I've got comics. I've got EU stuff coming out of my ears. So
Ray
I love
has
the
a
EU.
haul from yesterday.
Uh-oh. She's about to bring it. Duck and cover.
What's in the box, Ray?
Okay, some stuff did come in today, but I don't. I got the Last Jedi graphic novel thing, and yes, I have a problem.
Michael, do you care if she shows off her pretties?
No, we don't. I don't want to show them.
Let's see what you got.
Well, I bought this.
Show us what you're working with.
I got this. It's like one of Sigma Charles. Look at that.
Oh.
Look at that.
Oh,
that's
dude.
Look at it.
That is, yeah. I want that. Gimme.
I paid $4 for it.
You got
Nerdgasm.
Oh, and you've got the VHS box set of Phantom Menace. That's legit right there. I used to have that myself. Yeah.
I just got it off of eBay. I spent $2.
Not bad.
And
it's got everything. Does it have the little film cell too? Right on. Yeah.
Everything. God, I have too much stuff. If you look, I have pots. You
can never have too much Star Wars stuff. There is no such thing.
Trust me, you do not have anywhere near.
Yeah, I was about to say Kylo could confirm that.
You are not even close, honey. Not even close to having too much.
This is one I got this second. I completed the Rise of Kylo Ren first prints. I got the Age of Resistance, all of that. And I went to a comic book store, and my husband got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff. So yeah, Last Jedi. Some local artist did this. I'm gonna show you guys. And I
love that. I did. I love that. That is trippy. I like that.
So,
Wonder Bob's Burgers.
The local artist. I picked up the inserts for The Last Jedi. All of them. I got Force Awakens. I bought some of those Adventures ones.
Okay, not bad. Not bad.
Pretty much the Rise of Kylo Ren, the first print, #1.
Now that's a nice print. I like that. I like the cover.
2.
Don't care for the cover, but I don't care for the story, but I like the covers.
And then I got Darth Vader 1 and 2.
Ooh. Nice.
Very cool.
With Death Troopers. Can you get any scarier?
Dr. Aphra.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Aphra.
Yeah.
The Screaming Citadel.
Intriguing. That's one I've not heard of.
This is the Age of Resistance Rey variant.
Not bad.
I got some of the Padme from the back. Age of Republic. I had to. I love Padme.
My wife does too. Don't feel bad.
And this is
she's got some of the dolls and everything from the Phantom Menace series.
This is the complete.
Ray's gonna cosplay as her.
I am.
Cool.
Okay, you guys might geek out at these stuff. So I got this.
I have that one. I have that one. I have that one. I have it on my bookcase. That is a great story right there. Yes.
They actually had the full. They had a volume 2, the full one with the big book, and I didn't get it. But Oh, and this one. Look at that.
Ooh, that's. I've actually. I think
God.
I don't have that issue, but I think I've got part of it. That's a nice one too. It's in good condition.
Oh,
Very
no.
nice. Very nice.
Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
It's so I love the colors, and I got Suicide Squad and Harleen. So that's it.
Okay.
That's it.
That's a nice haul. Good job. You got some nice pieces there.
Yeah, I'm jealous. I don't have any good Star Wars stuff.
I want to hang this up.
Mike, I'll have to send you pictures later and everything. I've got a vintage restored, 99% restored AT-AT with full crew. I've got the Imperial base from Empire Strikes Back with snowtroopers. I've got the little mini rig Imperial thing that looks like a steamroller, a miniaturized steamroller.
Mm-hmm.
Everything it's in good condition. And I've got the this is the crown. This for me is the crown jewel, even though it's not complete. I've got the full vintage 77 line of figures.
Nice.
So
I don't know if Ro is still here, but he was demonstrating an awesome Imperial probe droid on his timeline earlier today.
Oh, the Black Series, Series one.
I'm good now.
I was about to say, are you crying? Don't cry.
I'm not gonna cry. I already had my crying moment this week. I'm good on Star Wars.
Say, there's no crying in Star Wars.
I already cried this week.
There is crying in Star Wars every time Luke burns Anakin's body. I cry, but there's a personal reason behind that. So
I cried for Leia.
I cried for
when
all
I thought
of them.
they killed Chewie.
I cried for everyone.
I swear to God, I fell out of my chair when I thought that she had killed Chewie. I was just like, no, not Chewie. Kill anybody. I had
heard all.
Right, don't kill anybody.
I had heard all the spoilers, so I didn't cry for anything. I just sat there with my headache.
I cried. I knew the spoilers too, but like as I was leaving, there were two kids that had only come to see that movie. They hadn't seen anything else but that movie, and they heard me like bitching about it on the phone, and they're like, "So was that you screaming in there?" I was like, "Yes, that was me screaming in there." They're like, "Well, I thought it was pretty good. I mean, like we haven't seen any of the other ones," and I was just like, "What?
Wait a what?
Wait a minute, like." Yeah, like you haven't seen any of the other ones. I was like, Solo, Rogue One, the originals, the prequels. You haven't seen any of that. They're just like, no, this is the first one, right? I was like,
I didn't shit.
You got to start somewhere.
Yeah, well, I mean, they can only go.
They're just like legit, like.
I blame the parents.
How old were they?
They were like 18 and 19.
They're just babies.
Oh yeah, they can't.
You can't blame them. Blame their parents. That's poor upbringing. It's not their fault.
That's horseshit raising.
Look at us. We're great people. We're not crazy. Look at us.
We're sitting here waving around. Oh, that's nice.
Kylo wanted to know where you got your lightsaber.
Ooh.
Or whose it was supposed to be.
That is
Oh shit.
I'm okay. Now I'm jealous.
It's I got it from eBay. You know.
Ray, these boys are making noises I've never heard.
It changes color.
Yeah, it's dying.
Oh. You need some batteries.
Yeah.
Don't, Michael. Leave her alone.
What are you gonna do to me?
No, don't ask.
I think he was going to make a somewhat inappropriate joke or comment.
No,
it's okay. I am 26.
Knows what I'm talking about. She's in the chat. I know she knows what I'm talking about.
I'm 26 years old. I'm an adult.
We're all adults here.
Okay, so be it. Get on your head, woman. Go ahead, Michael.
I didn't say anything. I just said she needs new batteries. Her toy's running out of batteries. It's not going to fulfill her needs anymore.
Uh-oh.
He went there.
But
Oh, that's not
What
like
he
going
said.
there. There were pictures.
Gee, Michael's the one that's getting poked with it right now.
I am. It disappeared.
Oh, well, now she's picking it at me.
Oh
It's
my
done.
gosh.
But it charges on its by plugging in. There's a place where I can plug in right here. I'm
Wait,
gonna
you
mod
said
it.
you got it from eBay?
Yeah, I got
You
it
got
from eBay.
Oh no!
Now Rachel's getting it. Oh God. I didn't.
Hi, Christina.
What's up?
Okay, ready? Great. This is
Christina,
Miss
I didn't put up the
Christina.
warning. I didn't put up the warning for the septic tank. This is just a quick chat. So
No, I'm not talking about it.
okay.
They hide it. They hide it.
Wait, batteries for your Darth Vader?
Carlo educated us. Let's put it that way. She educated us in the fine art of all things Star Wars.
Bless you. Oh, Master, bless you for coming here.
Oh, so, hi, Carlo.
I think you
Show
missed
Ray
that.
your oh God, brain fart. Your life-size Kylo Ren.
Oh my God! It's in my room. Yeah, wait a second. Let me go get it. The baby's asleep. My life size. Oh, okay. I'll bring it.
We're going on a trip.
Is he really 6'2"?
Yes.
What is it that I get my household shit from? Wayfair. Wayfair has so much Star Wars stuff. I never knew that they was out. They have like a cardboard cutout of like everything on Wayfair.
Wayfair?
Yeah.
Really?
They have like 60 cardboard cutouts. I think
that doesn't surprise me.
I've just got to the number 60 because it's a couple screens, but it's like side characters or like characters like you. Yeah, they're.
Is there Padme? I want Padme. So I can like creep out my husband and have.
I want a Padme cut out.
You put a hole in it, Kyle. That's disgusting.
No, I don't want to put a hole in it. I have kids. What is wrong with you?
You know what?
I don't know.
Ben Solo is great, and Kylo Ren is hot.
Okay, this is.
I'm just joking, but honestly, I've been a fan of Adam.
Okay, that's
what somebody did to my Leia. Yes, I'm very upset by this.
I can't say I necessarily blame you.
Well, the thing is, when I found out that they were doing the sequel trilogy, and I knew that they casted Adam for a role, and I saw the preview in the magazine, and I was keeping up to dates on it. I was already a fan of his acting work in Girls, because I was 19 and I was watching Girls, and
yes,
and but you know what? I said this on a podcast. I was like, before then, and I knew about Ray. I was like, they're going to ship them together. There's no way. But that's it. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Yep.
Right. Michael is 100% right. It's only $43.
Yep.
If I buy that, then my mother-in-law would definitely say I have a problem.
My husband says I have a problem.
Look at it. Well, my husband collects Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles stuff.
Yeah, but those are cool. Unlike Kylo Ren.
They have another one too, Ray, with him with the helmet on.
Alrighty, Ian, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by.
Have a good night.
Peace.
Bye, Ian.
Bye.
I like the OT, I like the prequels, and I like the sequels. I am a Star Wars fan first and foremost, but I do ship Raylo. That's how it is. But I'm always a Star Wars
Michael, you've got to get this. You got to get that, dude, for the show.
I can get that backdrop. I have that where I can put a backdrop onto my screen and have it show up behind me. So you don't actually need the backdrop.
I know, but that would be totally like Ross would lose his shit. He'd come on and just be like, "I'm home."
Pray to the altar of Kylo Ren.
Oh yeah, Ambassador, you haven't been on. I made friends with the
Prepare Ray because she's gonna lose her shit.
Someone I've been friends with for like a year or two on Facebook, but I've never talked to about Star Wars. I was doing a stream the other day, and they're like, "Hey, can I come on? I want to talk to you." I was going through the art book. They're like, "Hey, I want to talk to you about it or whatever." And he's like, "I know about these characters. I was on Solo." It turns out he was a Wookiee in Solo.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And he was Snoke in The Last Jedi. He was the only one
that Rise of Skywalker.
No, he wasn't in The Rise of Skywalker, just The Last Jedi in the throne scene. Andy Serkis was just they just used Andy Serkis because they didn't show Snoke's body. But he was Snoke's body, and anytime they had Snoke on screen for his body, it was Ross. But the voice was Andy Serkis, and Andy Serkis was Snoke when in episode 7. But he was Snoke. He was the
he was a stand-in.
Not really a stand-in either. He's more than a stand-in because he was actually the body of like when he was Snoke in the movie. Like anytime you saw Snoke on the throne, that was him. So he was inside the suit.
Not so much a stand-in, but kind of like what Ahmad Best did for Jar Jar Binks in The Phantom Menace. He was in a he was in a facsimile suit and everything. He had so that they had Dale Erdman. He was probably there for motion capture. No, that would be right because they would have had to do a completely different process.
Yeah,
anything for mocap.
But he's got. I don't want to give away his stories, but he's got some great stories. Even going into he was the sculpt for the action figure and any of the Snoke figures and things like that. They used his body because he's 7'2". He's an inch shorter than Peter
Cushing.
Mayhew.
Mayhew. Peter Cushing's been dead for a long time.
Yeah, he's an.
He got to meet Peter. He's got some
great stories. The first time he came on, we were talking, and I ended up making the stream private after it was over because he got very candid on a lot of stuff and a lot of behind the scenes stuff. Then afterwards, he's like, I don't know if I should have just said that out, regularly. And it's like, don't worry, I got you covered. It's private now, so no one can see. I still have it, and it's on there for
posterity.
Yeah, but it's just no one can ever see it, unless they pay me. That should be my new Patreon. The $100.
If they pay you for a copy, I'll send you $500 because I want to be able to relive that moment.
Shoot.
All right,
Dude, no, right? Like I'm legit. I was lucky enough that Michael asked me to be there, and like when that day happened, like I cried. Okay, I cried like 4 times on camera. I was the happiest I've ever been in my entire life.
Oh wow!
It was just like this. We're sitting around talking, and somebody's like, "Hey, I want to come on and talk to you guys." And he comes on and he's like, "Hey, I'm this person. And he said who he was before he came on, and I was like, "Okay, cool, come on." And they're like, "Well, is it really him?" I was like, "We'll find out when he comes on. Like, everybody's welcome, If he wasn't telling the truth, we would have found out, and I would have
like he called me out,
or whatever. But it's
he called me out. I asked Michael, I was like, "Is this legit?" And then I looked down at the chat, and it goes, "Google it." I was like, "Okay." As soon as I Googled it, I was like, Michael, get him on, get the camera now.
Oh gosh.
But yeah, he was on that stream. I brought him on Johnny Orm's stream, My Life Debt podcast. We did Trivial Pursuit the other day, and he played Trivial Pursuit with us.
Yeah, I was in the chat for that.
I tried to get you here, Ray. I sent you a link, and you didn't come. I sent you a link. You could have met the Wookiee.
And I got to talk to him though, because he always sends me messages on Facebook. So if I'm on here, I don't check Facebook. So he was sending me messages on Facebook when I was doing my stream last night with the Bombad cast, and he sent messages like, "Hey, I want to come on and talk to these guys." And I was like, "All right, well." I didn't even respond to him because I didn't see it until it was over. Then I was like, "Oh, sorry, it was too late." So I didn't talk to him today. But you know, there'll be many times more.
He's here.
He's got some. He's being on 2 Star Wars films, and for Solo it was like a 16. He was only on for a couple weeks or whatever it was, or 6 weeks. But the whole process was like 16 months, so he's got lots of stories from that. And then however long it was while he was shooting Snoke, so he's got some great stories. He's got some great pictures and everything. So it's I don't want to tell his stories or whatever, because I want people to experience the stories that he told us that are in my secret vault. I want him to be able to tell them, and people to relive them through him, because otherwise I can sit here and tell you all these stories that I already know about him. But it's like, it's like when you're trying to interview somebody that and it's like when I had the guys on last night from Bombad, like I was like, all right, so tell me guys about your story. Oh, well, no, tell me this and this and this. Okay. And then like we just went off or whatever. So we like really didn't touch on, we talked for an hour and a half, and we really talked a little bit about Star Wars, probably about 20 minutes worth of Star Wars. That was just everything else. But it's like, that's
I love what's in that cup.
That's what happens a lot of times. It's when I have people on now, like that are either podcasters or something to do with Star Wars or whatever it is. And then go into like the regular Bacta tank where everybody just comes on and talks instead of doing it the other way around. But yeah, we talked for a while, and we talked about everything. And the thing we talked about was Star Wars. But it's my channel. I do what I want, and the people come on here do what they want. So yeah. Anyways, So next time he's on, I'll let you know, Ambassador.
Yeah, you need to come on camera. I'll step up if you take camera for a few minutes.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Really, thank you. Because I've honestly, the closest I've gotten to meet anybody legitimately like super famous was William Shatner.
William Shatner's a cool dude.
He is. Cool story. This is more Star Trek than Star Wars.
Shatner, I just asked him about fanboys. That's all I want to talk about. Like, what was it like meeting the fanboys?
I didn't get a chance to ask him that, but this was I think this was back last year. I'm pretty sure it was back last year. They had a special showing of Wrath of Khan at a local theater in the hometown where I grew up and lived the majority of my life, and they were publicizing it and everything on TV and radio and whatnot, and we saw it on a billboard there in town. And the missus was like, "William Shatner's coming to town." I'm like, "Who?" She's like, "William Shatner." I was like, "Shut up." And we ended up going to the special. We ended up going to the special showing for Wrath of Khan because neither me or my wife or anything, we had ever seen Wrath of Khan on the big screen. And the cool thing is, one of my professors from seminary is a huge, and I mean huge, TOS Star Trek fan. He likes the other stuff, but he grew up watching TOS. And he has autographs from every single member of the TOS cast. The only one that he did not have was Shatner, and him and his wife were sitting one row in front of us when we were watching Wrath of Khan, and then they had a Q&A session with Shatner afterwards. And anything we talked about his career, talked about Star Trek, obviously, and all this other stuff. And then you could get, if you paid a little extra, which we paid the extra, and we got a photo op with William Shatner, and we have our picture. Me and the missus, we have our picture with William Shatner. So But yeah, he's incredibly funny. I mean, he's got so many cool stories and everything from his time as with Star Trek and just from his personal life and everything. And here's something I did not know about him. William Shatner is actually Jewish.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's not. It doesn't really matter all that much, but that was just something I wasn't aware of because everybody knows that Leonard Nimoy was Jewish because that's where the little Vulcan hand gesture came from. It's a Jewish blessing that the rabbi uses or anything during their worship services and everything. But I had no clue whatsoever.
You said seminary. I was
like, so.
Whose phone is going crazy?
It ain't me. My phone's off. Not it.
Mine would be roaring like
not me.
Not it.
So,
no ghost.
Yeah, that was my one and only brush with like any type of famous person whatsoever. So, but yeah, I recorded the whole Q&A session and everything. I've got it saved on my phone. I'm gonna eventually figure out a way to save it to my laptop so I can burn a copy for my professor and everything, because he, like I said, he's a huge Star Trek fan. And he's like me. He's a geek. But he's an old geek. I mean, like he's in his in his 60s or 70s. And this guy, yeah, he's a pastor. He's a Star Trek nut. He's a black belt in, I think, some sort of form of martial arts. He's a semi-trained magician. He's genuinely a jack of all trades. So
definitely.
Yeah.
That's pretty badass.
Yeah. And we even shared the same name. First name.
Hey. I just like having good conversation because, we're all, different people with different, things with Star Wars. What has Star Wars done for us? And we're all just here casually chatting. I like this.
Ditto. Well, the last two streams I've been on today, one we were talking about, this was another guy, it's a smaller channel and everything. His name's Stephen Bastian. And he does a podcast, but he also does, he has a couple of YouTube channels and everything. He's like, he was trying to get a hold of somebody else that I work with on my channel and everything. He's like, can you give me the contact information for this guy on Discord? I was like, yeah, here it is. He's like, I can't get a hold of him. I was like, well, the guy's a trucker. He may be driving. That may be why you can't get a hold of him. The guy was, Steven was like, would you be willing to come on, talk about the topic? I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, how social media has made people gullible in the modern era. I was like, yeah, I can come on and talk about that for a little while.
Hell yeah.
And then later this evening, few hours ago, another guy that I work with, he just literally started a brand new channel and everything. That's based around nothing but Star Trek. And we were talking about who's our favorite captain and why. It was me and him and two other guys. And yeah, that was I don't generally stream on Tuesdays. Tuesdays is my day off because I usually stream on Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. So
I would love you came to hang out with us.
Well, I like Mike. I like meeting new people. I am very much an extrovert, and I hate the fact that everything's locked down. I can't get out to see my friends and my family. So this is me feeding my extrovert part of my personality. I like being
around. You came to see your family. We're Star Wars family. That's what we are. We're not a fandom. We're a Star Wars family.
Yeah, I made a comment or anything earlier today and everything on it was in chat and everything. Something that has bothered me, and it's something that has been popping up of late, is the fact that so many fandoms have become fractured. And it's honestly very, I don't want to say distressing, but it's very, very sad. Because at the end of the day, we are all fans of these different universes these universes that we all have a love and a passion for. And something that I am trying to do, it's something that I very much believe in, is trying to unify and trying to heal in some ways the fandoms that I care about, and the one that I care about the most is Star Wars, because Star Wars is very central to my life. It is the bond that I share with my late father. It is how I grew up as a kid. It's how I relate and remember my late father and everything. And to see it fractured the way it has been is distressing for me. Because, yeah, I'm a 40-year-old man who's happily married, who's working towards becoming a pastor and everything, but I still have this part of me that I care about. And I hate seeing the fact that the Star Wars fandom is fractured. And it genuinely bothers me.
See,
and,
me and Ray were talking about that last night on her stream, and
Mhm.
my theory behind that is that everybody kind of tries to put ownership on it. And I think that's what has prevented people from being able to kind of cope with TROS or make a better determination or a better judgment of,
Yes.
it's somebody's point of view. It doesn't have to be yours.
Exactly.
But it's ultimately like, it doesn't belong to any of us. It's something to share. It was created to be shared. That's what, the actors have done. Made all of these characters, real for us. It's to be shared. It's not to say this is mine and don't you touch it, don't you do all that stuff to it. It's something to share. Once you start trying to hoard it and claim ownership over it, that's when it becomes something that can become toxic. It becomes almost like a self-poison, because all you do is just start emanating that out into other fans that you interact with, because then you start saying, well, I think it should be this and I think it should be that, and they shouldn't have done this and they shouldn't have done that. And it's you can't own something and share it at the same time. Like, it's not possible. I'd rather spend time with you guys.
I mean, even when Empire Strikes Back came out, which is now by statistically the majority of the fans feel it's the best movie. When it came out, there was such hatred for that movie.
I love that movie.
And because you don't have the internet, you don't know that as much, but you can find, you go out and pull up the microfiche. Well, now you don't need to do that because everything's online. But you can find the articles about how it's not really like a Star Wars movie and this and that and everything. But it's the fact that, Ambassador came on and he doesn't like the sequels for the most part. And, he feels that in his head canon, Star Wars canon ends after the original trilogy. But he'll sit here and talk with us about the other movies and be respectful on our views. It's the fact that people that have his same viewpoint don't respect my point of view and can't have a civil conversation about it because they're pieces of shit. That is the problem. The problem
we're looking at your ceiling fan.
Well, and Mike, the other thing is the other thing is this. In the modern era that we currently live in, we have such a wealth of technology and means of connecting to each other across vast spaces of the country and the world, seemingly. The problem is we haven't been able to translate civility in real space to civility in a virtual space. And this was something that I was talking to Stephen Bastion about this afternoon and everything. It's people like myself and you and all of us here right now and everything that we need to make an effort to try and I don't want to say teach, but try and guide or be an example for the younger generations that are coming up behind us. That you have to be civil, not just in real space and in real life, for lack of a better term, but you need to learn to be civil and have the ability to critically think and appreciate another person's point of view in a virtual space. Because here's the thing. You've got a disconnect because I'm sitting here with my laptop in front of me in front of a webcam, and my voice is going out to however many people will hear this currently or will hear it in the replay. And we need to learn how to have constructive and respectful debate again. You can do it in a if you can do it in a real life space, I believe that you can do it in a virtual space like YouTube or Twitter or Discord or Facebook or whatever the case may be. But the problem is these younger kids and everything, and to another extent, older people don't know how to translate common civility from real life interaction to virtual interaction. And that's where you've got all these trolls and all this toxicity that has seeped into all these fandoms and into online society in a lot of ways. I mean, you don't necessarily see this toxicity being so prevalent by and large or anything. I mean, you do have pockets of it that do pop up, and it does happen in real life, but you see it so much more prevalent in virtual space, in spaces like on YouTube and so on. You get people that are on streams and they get into shouting matches with one another because they have a differing point of view, but they don't know how to have constructive and respectful conversation with one another. And that is the real problem right there.
I think people just need to be open to hearing other stories. I think that's the main thing. You can't just, I mean, if you get upset by something that you see in a film, like Michael just very keenly pointed out, like, you don't acknowledge the sequels. Ray loves the sequels. I like some of the sequels. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's and Michael likes the Rise of Skywalker. I mean, it's something different for everybody. Like, everybody's got their own opinions and their own feelings about things. I think where it starts to become a little bit more painful, and it starts, like, women are going to emote to different characters differently than men, and we're going to form different bonds with stories than men. So the fact that there's a lot of female family members that are, experiencing that, it's not very shocking. But still, it's got to come to the point where the story isn't something that can be held in judgment against another person. It's something that's supposed to be meaningful in different ways and understood in different ways to different people. And, like, Leia is important to me. But Carrie Fisher, like, I've said it 1,000,001 fucking times, she saved my life, like, legit. Like, she saved me, and she was there for me whenever I needed an out and needed guidance or, like, inspiration or anything. Like, Leia is my girl. But whenever somebody makes a comment about Leia that I don't agree with, I don't come at them like, who the fuck do you think you are? Don't talk about my girl that way. It's more like, let me show you why I feel this way. Let me share with you why I feel this way. And that, to me, has been able to bridge so many of the fractured divides in our group. So I think if people would start to look at it as something to share and connect with, then we wouldn't have so many, fuck Rylos, fuck this, fuck that, cancel Adam Driver bullshit. It's not necessary. You can share more and connect more positively than you can by disseminating, like, all of your anger and disappointment.
But the other problem,
females don't even look at it the other way females do, because it causes issues. The
other problem is when you identify, when your first identification is a hashtag, no matter what it is, there seems to be a problem. Now, if you want to use that as a subgroup so people know what you are, that's fine. But when you're that group, so if when someone says, are you a Star Wars fan? No, I'm in the Fandom Menace. Okay, well, then you're not a Star Wars fan. You're identifying as a group. And, are you a Star Wars fan? No, I'm Raylo. Okay, well, then you're not a Star Wars fan.
Exactly.
You like two characters. Now, if that's, you go down lower and, okay, I'm like Ray said, she's like, I'm a Star Wars fan, but I also identify as a Raylo, but that's afterwards. So, it's when you put that hashtag in front and foremost that you're going to be disappointed. And, I mean, the majority of the people in the Fandom Menace are fucking idiots and twats. and
True.
and you know, and
Unfortunately, yes.
they claim they don't have leaders, but when you're on YouTube and you're making money and people are giving you money and you do whatever these people on there say, you know, then yes, those are leaders. Whether it's, you know, in a break down a corporate structure or is as in people, I have thousands upon thousands of people that follow me and listen to my every word and think I'm a god because I can sit there and fucking and scream all fucking day long. And the same goes with Raylos. And, you know, when, you know, they like, so you have this hate group and then you have this love group that is born because of this hate group that turns out being just as vile, if not more vile than, you know, the Fandom Menace was. Because, and I know it's not all of them, but it's the most vocal ones are the ones that go, I'm a fucking Raylo. Here's screenshots from the movie I didn't like for all you people on Twitter that didn't get to go see it. Cause it, you know, this movie ruined what I thought it was going to be. Or the idea I had in my head, which first problem is the idea you had in your head that you can't get over. So then, you know, you want to root for everybody else. Well, you're just a fucking scumbag then too. So
I don't think all Rylos are that way. There's quite a few.
I didn't. If you notice, I didn't say all. I said, you know, the ones that are the most vocal or.
Hey,
well, my bad.
You know, so
I'm trying to put anything on you, dude.
But no, but it's you take, but it's those are the most vocal ones. The you know, you don't see a lot of people going hashtag Raylo. Yeah, I thought the movie was okay. I wish it was going to be a little bit different. You say hashtag Raylo, they fucking ruined my life.
Well,
they ruined my life. No, I'm just kidding.
well,
I just think it depends. I mean, that's my opinion. I like all Star Wars movies from the old ones till now. I cannot complain. But I mean, I think was unfair the last one. I'm sorry. It's my opinion. I'm not saying he's supposed to be with her, but I think they messed it up. It's my opinion. Not everybody shares that opinion, but
exactly. We all have opinions, but all I'm saying is that when I didn't like Tiaras because for me as a Star Wars fan, the narrative seeing like copy and paste from Legends. As I was watching it, I just felt like I was taking a big old slapping glue of like Legends material and slapping it on the page, and I was like, wait a second. And the reason why I like The Last Jedi, not because of and I like The Force Awakens, bless Caston. But anyways, all I'm saying is that in The Last Jedi it was more a different story. You had The Force Awakens, you get that nostalgia factor. Then you get a more original storyline, which Ryan did right. Then you had The Force Awakens, which it doesn't connect to a lot of the narratives in the first two films. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ambassador.
Well, and the biggest disconnect for me with Rise of Skywalker wasn't the whole are they or aren't they going to get together? I didn't particularly care for if Rey and Ben were going to be a couple or not. That for me wasn't the whole payoff for me. My biggest gripe and everything with the Rise of Skywalker is the fact that it quite literally retcons, at least in my opinion, and everything, it retcons the end of Return of the Jedi. It completely retcons Anakin's arc from the Phantom Menace, where we meet him, to the end of Return of the Jedi, where he dies.
Exactly.
The whole prophecy of the Chosen One, and Anakin was the Chosen One, was to bring balance to the Force and destroy the Sith. And then him dying and just him throwing Palpatine down that reactor shaft, he brought balance to the Force. Them bringing back Palpatine was an 11th hour decision, because I know I may offend some people here, and I apologize if I do. But Johnson killing off Snoke was a monumental mistake. Now, say whether you liked Snoke or you didn't, he was supposed to be the villain of the story. He was supposed to be the big bad that everybody was supposed to be fighting against, him and Kylo Ren.
I think the big mistake is that when they went to go and put in for the movies, they had 3 different directors. They didn't have anyone that was static amongst, like a co-writer or anything like that. I know Kasdan co-writed with JJ on the first one. There's something no similar, but what JJ gave Ryan to work with, what worked for that was to do what worked for him was to kill off Snoke. But all I'm saying is that they didn't have to bring back Palpatine. Even if in JJ's mind, if he were to do it, he probably would have done something more. But Ryan had to direct it and go from JJ's narrative. So it's like a disconnect. It's like The Last Jedi, even though I think it's good, and The Force Awakens, it's like all 3 films feel like they're separate universe of each other. Someone's creative differences. It just feels so different.
Well, and here's the thing. I think Kylo/Ben Solo could have made a good villain on his own. I would have been happy if he had just been the main antagonist for Rise of Skywalker. I think he could have carried the movie as the main villain for the final movie. And you didn't need to bring Palpatine back, because in bringing Palpatine back, you completely, as I just mentioned, you completely retcon Anakin's entire story arc. Because George Lucas himself, and I've listened to the commentaries of all 6 films on more than one occasion, said that episodes 1 through 6 is the rise and fall of Anakin Skywalker and the redemption of and his redemption. His redemption ties into Palpatine and destroying Palpatine. In bringing Palpatine back, you undo Anakin's original arc. You undo a huge chunk of the lore and the universe and everything that has been lost and gained throughout all of those 6 movies that were prior to the sequel trilogy.
They could have done something very cool. I would have loved to see, like, say, a Sith apprentice of Palpatine's continuing some work, or a Dark Lord, or working with Hux, or rebellion overthrowing the supreme leader, which is Kylo Ren. There's so much cooler narratives. I've heard.
Yes, they could have made Hux almost Hitler-esque, because I mean, think about it. The Force Awakens, that big speech. Yeah, like that seemed. That's what I thought was going to happen after Snoke died. I was like, it's Hux. He's in the throne room. Ben's laying there, passed out. I mean, when he wakes up, I'm just kind of like, dude, don't turn your back on him. But then he force chokes him and he folds like a fucking lawn chair. But I mean, I still think in the third movie they could have used what?
Oh, like I've said before, like you got to think of it like as a like corporate structure. So Snoke is the boss, and then you have like 2 vice presidents that are equal. But each one of those vice presidents think they're above the other one, but they're really not. And then Snoke's gone, so it's like, okay, now we're both gonna fight for this. And Kylo's like, there is no fight, I win, boom. And like Hux is like, okay, fine, I guess you're right. I mean, so it makes sense.
Instead of having him fold, there should have been a challenge. There should have been a challenge point between those 2 at some point in that film, where
there's no real challenge point.
I mean, before Ben even made the choice to go after Rey, there should have been a challenge.
If Tarkin would have challenged Vader, Vader knew his place where he was supposed to be, so it didn't happen. But if Tarkin and Vader would have challenged each other, Vader would have won hands down no matter what.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So that's the same thing. If Kylo Ren and Hux would have challenged each other, got in a fight, Kylo Ren would destroy him, even if it's later on. So I mean, it makes perfect sense if you take it out of, like, it correlates perfectly to real life if you take it out of a space movie with wizards and put it into like the corporate structure. And okay, so now it's like, well, I got this dirt on you, so you can't do anything, or your career's over, or you're going to end up being killed by someone. So it's like, okay, fine. And do I like the way his character ended up? No, but it makes sense. Do I wish they would have gone a different way? Yeah. But I mean,
how about the? I mean, seriously, there are so many different things they could have done with Hux other than just fucking kill him. Like, he was a crystalline character that could have been taken down any path to make him a viable enemy for Kylo Ren and for the Resistance. He had the drive, he had the initiative, he had pretty much anything and everything he had in him.
He's a great actor.
Literally would have led any other person to the fucking dark side.
That's why Kylo Ren left Hux kept Hux around because he knew that he was still valuable.
Exactly.
Well, and here's the other thing. This was a comic series or anything, or at least a one issue of a comic that Marvel did just a few years ago. And some of you may know this story, where I think it's either Vader or Tarkin or vice versa. One of the two is hunting the other.
Yeah.
And actually, Tarkin does give Vader a run for his money, but eventually Vader does get the advantage on him and everything. And I mean, it's close. It's darn close, because the thing you got to remember about Tarkin, he came up through the ranks of the Republic military and everything when it was slowly starting to transition over to the Imperial military, and he knew how to work his way. He had a very sharp militaristic and political mind. That was why he was able to move up through the ranks of the Republic and eventually into the Empire as well as he did.
But see, also there's like whether they're a Sith or not, they all have ulterior motives, and
yes.
Vader had a spark of good in him, so that's a weakness.
Mm-hmm.
Ben had a spark of good in him, which was a weakness. Hux knows how to manipulate people. He knows how to move people around. He knows how to be covert about things because he's gone through Imperial Academy. He's walked his way up through the ranks, and he's made it next to Snoke.
Yep.
There's
nice.
Leia.
Very nice.
I love that fucking outfit. I don't care if anybody likes that movie. I fucking love the costumes. They were amazing. Johnson made Leia badass with those costumes. And she let him shoot, and he let her shoot Poe, which I thought was funny. But I back on point. I think Hux legitimately, like, if they had just gone all the way with him, I believe, like, ultimately there could have been a story arc where Ben could have been redeemed, but it would have had to put Rey in peril. And if you think about it logistically, what kind of, like, Leia may have been training her, but Leia didn't complete her training in that storyline. So how is she supposed to learn all of the sword arts and things like that? Like, I love that fucking throne room sequence, but you see Ben that is stylized and capable, and he took on like half of the fucking Praetorian guards on his own. Rey killed 2 by luck. Not by chance, by sheer fucking luck. And I love Rey, but still, doing this is not fucking, like, that's not cool. Like, that's not Anakin, that's not Kenobi, that's not anywhere near fucking Ahsoka.
So who's more of a Jedi?
The fact that in the Rise of Skywalker, she's all like twirling it and shit, I'm like, come on.
So who's more of a Jedi? Rey, who hasn't had the proper lightsaber training, or Jedi from 30 years before she was around that had a view of what being a Jedi was, because being a Jedi was all bastardized and not what a true Jedi was really supposed to be. A Rey who had the books and read the books actually knew what a Jedi was supposed to be. So it's like the one that has the teaching that what a Jedi should be, or one that has the fighting of the Jedi. I'd say Rey's more of a Jedi that, the Jedi that died in Order. I'd say probably almost all the Jedi that died in Order 66, because she actually knew. That's why The Last Jedi, I think, is the most true to a Jedi movie, because it shows what the Jedi are supposed to be.
I agree.
I would to a point agree with you on that, because here's the thing.
Agree with that at all.
Well, let me explain. Those texts that were there on Octu were probably from the earliest days of the founding of, I don't want to call it the Jedi Order, but for lack of a better term, we'll call it the ancient Jedi Order. These were probably texts that were written by some of the earliest explorers of the Force that existed in the galaxy. These were people that were probably tapped in very deeply to the Force and everything, and were writing down their experiences and their knowledge for future generations. And Rey had access to those texts. I would figure, obviously Luke had read those texts as well. But unfortunately, he came to a conclusion, and I think it was an inaccurate conclusion, that he felt that the Jedi needed to end. The Jedi didn't necessarily need to end. They needed to do what he did in the expanded universe. He needed to do to use a church history term, he needed to reform it. He needed to do a reformation on the whole Jedi Order and the way it's structured and the way it's operated and all of that stuff. Because the Jedi of the prequel era are so bound up and tied up in the bureaucracy and the politics of the Republic that they're not serving their true, genuine function. They're supposed to be, as Obi-Wan said, guardians of peace and justice in the Republic, but they're not supposed to be bound to the bureaucracy and the politics of the Republic. But somewhere along the way, this does happen. And that's where they start to go astray in a lot of ways. Their thinking is flawed, their thinking is muddied, and their lines of logic start to break down. And even Yoda and everything in Revenge of the Sith in the novelization, he admits as much. He realizes that as the Grand Master of the Jedi Order,
I haven't read
being
the books, so I can't talk about that. I'm thinking of strictly film.
The movies, yeah.
But my take on that is, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are you done? I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Rachel. Then I'll
mean to be rude.
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I'll wait.
No. Okay. The thing that Yoda admits to is, even though you don't, as I said, this is all done in the novelization of Revenge of the Sith. Yoda admits he was wrong in how he was operating the Jedi, or allowing the Jedi Order to operate.
Failure.
He was wrong in how he became, in a lot of ways, arrogant. And I will say this much for The Last Jedi. The monologue that that Luke gives to Rey when they're there in that one part of the temple there on Ahch-To is accurate. I 100% agree. The Jedi were blinded by the dark side. They allowed themselves to be blinded by the dark side. They allowed themselves to be blinded by Sidious and all his machinations. And they essentially were surrounded by a whole army of sleeper agents that all Sidious has to do was snap his fingers, execute Order 66, and the Jedi are more or less wiped out in one day, more or less. And he's got his apprentice, and he has, through thousands of years of scheming and manipulation, he has fulfilled the legacy of Darth Bane, the man who founded the Order of Two Sith, a master and apprentice, a master to embody power and an apprentice to yearn after it. That was Bane's and every Sith Lord after him's goal, was to destroy the Sith, to destroy the Jedi. And they achieved their goal. And honestly, it is a masterpiece of manipulation and scheming and thought and planning. And you cannot help but be, to a certain degree, impressed, because they did all of this right underneath the Jedi's bloody nose.
Yeah.
And Yoda, who is the oldest and wisest member of the Order that we see throughout the 6 movies, he's blind to it. He can't see it because they're embroiled in the politics of the Republic. The Jedi should have never been a part of the Republic government. Ever. That was not their goal. That was not their reason for being. They were not to be agents of a political system. They were supposed to be their own separate entity, their own separate body, and stay apart from the Republic. Could the Republic call upon them when needs be? Yes, they did. And yes, it did happen. And it happened in the ancient days of the Jedi Order, when you, and all the comic series that Dark Horse did back in the 90s. Yeah. You saw the Republic call to the Jedi for aid, and the Jedi did come to their aid when necessity warranted such. But the major problem was the Jedi got embroiled into the bureaucracy of the Republic and ultimately led to their downfall. It utterly destroyed them.
Kylo Ren Force.
So,
My turn.
Bye, Christina.
I do not believe for a second that the Jedi should have continued with Rey and Ben. I do not believe that.
no.
I do not believe that was the intent. I do not believe that that is something that would have made a good story. I believe that ultimately Anakin and Padme did not get a choice over their own life, existence, whatever. Anakin was harangued into the position that he was in, and that's why he fell. And ultimately, what redeemed him was his children. But Luke and Leia also didn't have the choice. Leia walked away from it for a reason, according to the storyline in the film.
Yeah.
But I don't believe for a second that Luke would have sacrificed himself to save Ben and Rey, or to lead them towards a better conclusion. And I don't believe that Leia would have wanted that for Rey or for Ben. I think the only reason why there would be Jedi past Leia and Luke and Rey and Ben in the form of other Force sensitives like Jannah or Finn or whoever else that would show up. I think the only reason, instead of being reformed, the Jedi need to be reborn. And it needs to be reborn in the shape of something that is, in the way that, in the shape of something that is not a bloodline legacy. I think that in and of itself would have poisoned a new Jedi Order to the lowest level. But also, they needed to be reborn as whatever they were. They are not central beings. They're, Yoda does say, we are not, we're luminous beings. That's all good and fine. You can go to a higher plane of knowledge and understanding and connection to the Force, but you cannot deny your inner self. Once you deny those feelings, that hate, that anger, that lust, desire, whatever it is, it becomes a poison to you. And that is what ultimately causes your fall. Learning and becoming knowledgeable and accepting it is basically what you see in Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan was tempted by Satine, but instead of giving into that and leaving the Jedi Order, he found a way and the strength to carry on because he knew Anakin needed his guidance. So I don't believe for a second that if there was another film made after TROS, that you would see Ben and Rey as the new head of the Jedi Order. I don't think that even technically there shouldn't necessarily be another order. I think there should just be technically technically, in my personal opinion, like I said, this is just my opinion. It's not canon. It's just my brain vomit. But my personal opinion, the best way for that story to complete the circle would be to see Ben and Rey live a life. They can be called on when needed by their friends, but ultimately, I think those two should be able to write their own stories. As far as the other characters and the continuation of any kind of Jedi at all in the storyline, I believe that it should have been centered around Octo, and I believe that it should have been more of a safe haven instead of an academy or a training temple. I think that should have been made to be a harbor for the sensitives, to where they could come, learn about their abilities, and then make a decision whether they wanted to become Jedi and further their knowledge and connection to the Force, or if they just wanted to learn control and then live a life. Well, I think that's the fairer completion of the story.
Well, and Rachel, you do honestly, you make a lot of sense and everything, because this is something that a lot of people who haven't had the opportunity to read the Dawn of the Jedi comic series or even read the book and everything. The Jedi and again, there's a different spelling and a different pronunciation for the word Jedi in that time period. everything, they were just basically referred to as Force sensitives or Force wielders or whatever. There wasn't this connotation of Jedi and Sith and what have you. And as I said before, there wasn't this positive or negative connotation about certain aspects of the Force. The Force was just seen as a unified whole that you learned to move things with your mind, you learned to look into the future, you learned to control the thoughts of others, etc. Anything to ultimately, lifting rocks. I think honestly, your idea does have a lot of merit because the original Force sensitives, they had families. They didn't rein in their emotions, but they learned to operate within them. They didn't focus on just so much, just self-control. I mean, that was there because you don't want to become emotionally overwrought and do something dangerous with your Force abilities, obviously, as you just mentioned, to learn control. But the thing is, the original Force sensitives were allowed to live a full and rich life, as you said yourself. So this whole idea of Rey and Ben somehow having their own life and everything is a good, valid idea. It could have been a decent way to end the story, where they go off, live the life either separately or together, one way or the other. That doesn't make a big difference to me in the long run. But they would have been there for the Republic if the Republic needed them. They would have been there for their friends. If Poe or Finn or whoever needed them to come to their aid, they were there. And ultimately...
Yes, I saw Dale's comment, and I have a comment for Dale.
I haven't had a chance to read it. And I can become a Sith Lord to learn how to use save the line. He allowed these saves and by killing Sidious. Ben fell to the dark side, finished what Vader started, and he did. He just didn't realize what Anakin fell to the dark side for us as well, to save the ones he loved. He sacrificed himself for Rey. Once she shows him, he was always had the same ability Anakin did. I could see a point in that. Yeah, I could definitely see a point in that, because the whole reason for Anakin's his fall was he felt inadequate because of him not being there for his mother. But, while I can understand why Anakin blames himself for the death of his mother, ultimately the death of his mother wasn't his fault. And I'm going to say something that's going to be very controversial here. It was, in essence, it was the Jedi's fault.
I'm not going to disagree with that. Let me address Dale's comment, and then I'll get back to what we're talking about.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Basically, like what Dale's saying is that Anakin made the choice to become a Sith to save Padme. He wanted to become the tutor. He wanted to go under the tutelage of Palpatine so he could learn to protect Padme. I can understand that, but technically, the thing that corrupted Anakin wasn't a choice. It was something that was already living inside of him. It had been in him since he started to walk away from Shmi on Tatooine with Qui-Gon Jinn. Yes, let me finish, Michael. It was in him from that moment. He stopped. He was following Qui-Gon. He was excited. He was ready to go. Then he stopped and thought about what it was going to cost him personally. Anakin is a human being. Human beings are not good with self-sacrifice for any purpose, whether it's for somebody you love, something you want, or anything like that. You can commit the act, but you still feel the pain. And the pain is what led Anakin to doubt everyone around him, because they were always telling him to disassociate. Stop, hanging on to the past. Let the past go. Focus on the present. And the same problem with Luke. Always looking to, looking instead of right in front of your face. Luke was always looking for the next step or trying to find 5 steps ahead, which is what led him into the whole combat at the end of the Return of the Jedi with the Emperor and with Vader. At that moment, he was trying to decide which path he was going to take because his anger was rising. He was seeing his friends and his family, possibly his sister, dying, and then he was standing next to his father, who he knew he could save, but he just wasn't sure how. So in that moment, he made the choice, and so did Anakin. Anakin made the choice. Without it being a choice, it holds no value. With it just simply being a selfish desire, it holds no value. You have the ability to make a choice, and that is what makes Anakin's sacrifice for Padme that much more important, because it was a choice, but it was a choice that he already wanted to make. It wasn't something that snapped automatically in him. It was something that he had been dreaming about it. He knew Shmi was going to die. He started dreaming about Padme. He knew that she was going to die in childbirth.
But see, that goes back to the Jedi not being what the Jedi were supposed to be. The Jedi were supposed to be like, so if you look at like the Jedi philosophies, like the easiest way to equate it would be like to like Buddhist monks. They sit around all day and meditate and whatever, but you know what? If they have to, they can beat the fuck out of you. That's what a Jedi is supposed to be. Buddhist monks aren't supposed to be out fighting battles. So Jedi aren't supposed to be out fighting battles. So if Anakin would have been trained properly and not out fighting battles and fighting wars, which is the Jedi's fault, but manipulated by Palpatine or Sidious, however you want to look at it, and making them do the bidding so he could get Anakin on his side. And you learn a lot more of this in the books, and even through like these last couple episodes of the Clone Wars, or when Sidious lets Darth Maul live, and whatever it was, like season 4 or 5 of the Clone Wars, because he's got plans for him. And then we find out, I don't want to talk too much about the Clone Wars because Kylo hasn't been following them, but then we find out a little bit more about what's going on and, what Darth Maul actually knew about, whether it was from what he found out from Sidious or because he was able to read clone troopers' minds and know what was going on, that, Anakin did make a choice, but he would have never had to make the choice if he was trained properly by the Jedi, and it would have never been an issue. Because
my personal opinion is he should never have been trained. I don't think he needed to be trained. At the point where Anakin becomes or enters the Jedi Order under Qui-Gon for like a day and a half, and then under Obi-Wan until the minute that he shifts, I don't think Anakin ever once really saw himself as a Jedi, because he even said to Padme in the film, "I'm not the Jedi I should be." And then even in Attack of the Clones, before they head to Geonosis, he knows, "I'm better than this." So he already knew that he was a stronger Jedi and a stronger Force user than any of the others. He knew what he was doing was wrong.
I think you're interpreting that completely wrong. He knows right from wrong, but is choosing to do wrong. It has nothing to do with the fact that he's stronger than the other Jedi. He's choosing to do what he wants, even though it's not what a Jedi should do, because he was being manipulated by Palpatine.
No, I don't think he was being manipulated at that point. I think Anakin was listening. He was listening to Palpatine because it served his own desire.
He was born because of, now this is where there's the discrepancy, but he was born because of what Palpatine was doing, and the experiments Palpatine was doing. So the Force created Anakin to counteract that. Now it's talked about in the comic books that Palpatine created
there should have been another chosen one, because even with Anakin being redeemed,
I don't know if I went out or if that was,
may have been me. I don't know if anybody can hear me or not.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
You're coming through clear, so is Mike.
Michael's got Jawas.
Yeah, it was me. What were you saying? There should have been what?
Then technically, if the minute that Anakin shifted, the Force should have sought to counteract that balance and created another chosen one, because it never was Luke or Leia, unfortunately, but it was never them. So then with the resurgence of Rey and Ben,
but he no, I'm going back to when when Anakin was conceived by the Force. It was written in a comic book that Palpatine used the Force to impregnate Shmi, but that wasn't the case. It was the fact that Palpatine was doing all these experiments with his master, trying to create life, using the Force to create life, that the Force then created Anakin as the chosen one to bring balance to the Force. So that's how it goes back to him being the chosen one, where the prophecy comes from.
And then he is writing these comic books. That is confusing as
Marvel
shit.
was.
This is going back. These aren't recent comic books. These are going back.
These go back several years.
I've never read any of the comics. I've never read, but like the original trilogy and the sequel, the prequel trilogy, from where I'm standing, look, it's just my opinion. I don't think Anakin had a choice. I don't.
But I mean that Sidious and Plagueis were doing experiments trying to create life, and they were getting very close to it. So the Force, in turn, created Anakin. So because Sidious didn't create Anakin, but because of what he was doing, the Force created Anakin. So he was the reason that there was an immaculate conception by Shmi. But he was the reason for it, but he wasn't the reason. He didn't make it happen, but he was the reason that it happened. And then he actually, so if you read the novelization in The Rise of Skywalker, Sidious dies. Sidious was killed, so he did bring balance to the Force. But going back to like what Dale was saying earlier, not even these last comments before, there was Sith acolyte that even though the Sith leaders or the Sith were dead, they still had the followers that were able to then bring them back. So getting into, then it gets into what Ambassador said about retconning and everything. But it wasn't, he did, Vader did bring balance to the Force, or Anakin did bring balance to the Force when he killed Sidious. So he was born to bring balance to the Force. So he brought balance to the Force at the time he was conceived to balance out what he was doing. So he actually kind of did it twice. He brought balance to the Force when he was conceived, and then through whatever happened, he was manipulated, and then he brings balance to the Force again when he kills Palpatine. I'm just trying to clear face. And then there was something else, but going back before that, I was going to comment on, but I don't remember what it was now.
Dale has a good comment. If a Jedi cannot understand their emotions, they will never achieve peace. Anakin's training was drug out over years because he denied those emotions, feeling they were wrong, and his feelings toward Padme became selfish. I can agree with that. Because
I can too.
To think about it, most of forgetting Yoda, some of the most powerful and knowledgeable Jedi we learn about are human beings. Human beings are fallible by nature. So the fact that the chosen one was a human being, he was delivered of a human being, and then his legacy came from literally the strongest entity, or whatever you want to call it, in the entire galaxy. So that in and of itself sets up the fact that Anakin is not able to make any choice other than, he can't take another path. But I believe that through his training, he wasn't trying to master power. He was trying to get control. Because you always see him struggling with control. He can't control himself. And even Luke had problems with control because Yoda kept saying he lacked control. So, I mean, it's literally a stepping stone that they had to step on to make the ultimate decision of, who do I want to be? Do I want to be like my father, or do I want to be my own person? And I think that's what influenced Ben Solo. Ben didn't want to be like his uncle. He didn't want to be like his dad. He didn't want to be like his mother. He wanted to be something completely different. But being manipulated and being as sensitive and as strong in the Force as he was, it wasn't just one side that could pull him. It was the other. So technically, having the fear, the desire, the childish innocence and naivety, his fall was almost all but written at birth. He couldn't do anything to prevent it. He had to fall and then climb himself back out. That is why at the end of Rise of Skywalker, he should have lived. He didn't get the redemption.
Because he never was.
Yeah.
He would have never. He would have never been able to. They would have never accepted him to be redeemed, because Vader wasn't redeemed in society. He was redeemed by his family and by the Force. In the eyes of the Force, in the eyes of his family, he's redeemed, and by fulfilling the prophecy. Because if you look going off, even later on in like when you get into like Bloodlines or whatever, they still hated Vader. They didn't know that he was redeemed. They still thought he was this evil killer, which Ben was. So even if Ben was to save the entire galaxy, the galaxy would have never accepted him as being redeemed. So he would have just been redeemed once again in the eyes of the Force and in the eyes of the family. So he would have never been redeemed. But going back to Anakin was meant to be trained by Qui-Gon. And that's why Sidious had sent Maul to go kill Qui-Gon so that he could bring Anakin to him. I
don't believe that.
I mean, that's exactly how it happened. That's exactly what it is. If you watch the movie,
I don't believe that.
But it's
I've watched the movie. I don't believe that it was something. I don't think Palpatine was that foresighted, because if he had, he would have been able to accomplish a lot more in a shorter amount of time instead of leaving Anakin to Obi-Wan's treatment.
No,
he
because
would have actually tried to implement more of his own training in him.
He couldn't go and take Anakin as the 9-year-old boy, because Anakin was too good in the heart to do it. He needed time to have him brought up and have these things happen.
If he wanted to manipulate Anakin at 9 years old, he could have done it. He could have threatened his mother. He could have killed his mother. He could have kidnapped his mother. He could have twisted her into the dark side. Because honest to God, if the woman can give birth with the power of the Force, I'm pretty sure she's susceptible to the dark side as well. She's a human being.
I mean, if you take religion, she's like the Virgin Mary. She's not susceptible to the dark side. And
well, the thing you think
leave the religion out of Star Wars.
Star Wars is all about religion and politics.
In some ways, yes.
The philosophy of Star Wars is all built on the philosophy of Star Wars and the Jedi is all built on religion and right and wrong, and politics is all in Star Wars too. So it's like, that's what the Immaculate Conception. Anakin was conceived by the Force. There was no father. I mean, so it's all religion. Even like Ian, who's an atheist, will still agree with you that the concept of it is based on Christianity and I mean,
I see it. I just don't agree with it.
But it doesn't matter if you agree with it. It doesn't matter if you agree with it or not. That's what it is. I mean, it's canon. It's what George Lucas has said.
That's my point. I don't care what is canon. Anything can be changed and explained and looked at through different viewpoints. Canon is what causes problems. When you hold something so dear and certain that you can't question it, then it becomes infallible, and nothing is infallible.
Oh no, everything's canon until it's not. And they've said that in the story group in George Lucas. Everything is canon until it's not. That's why you have, going back, you have the G canon, which is George canon, and then you have the other offshoots of it. But I mean, that's where it comes from. And if you get into like the books and everything, which I know you're still working on, but that's where Sidious had this whole planned out and saw the shatter points the same way that Mace Windu did, but his shatter points that he decided to go with were wrong. And Sidious saw the shatter points, and this is the best option to go. So that's why he went. Could he have gone and manipulated Anakin at 9 years old or from birth when he was conceived? Possibly, but that wasn't the best way for it to happen. He chose this was to be the best way. Because he saw all the different. It's like
because if he was hunting for Rey at an early age,
an Endgame where he sees all the different, the 14 million different possible ways, and this is the only one way to win.
But that doesn't make any sense, because if he could have automatically cut the Jedi out and not had to deal with that kind of irritation, he would have done it. He was looking for Rey as a child to turn her. So, I mean, why would it be okay to go after your grandchild, like your next vessel, and corrupt her versus Anakin?
Because he always was. He always had when Maul was killed. He already had Dooku. He was working on Dooku for years. When he was training Maul, he already had Dooku as he was breaking. Well, technically he wasn't breaking the rule too, but he already had his backup plan because he knew that once you start going and taking on the Jedi, shit's going to happen. So he knew that, you know, if Maul dies, I have my backup plan. And once my mind is no.
Here's the thing about
Dooku, Grievous, Anakin.
Grievous, yeah. So, well, Grievous was never a Sith. Grievous was just in general. Grievous was just. But so he always had a backup plan. He always had a plan C or D or F because he knew all of these different, you know, possible outcomes that could happen and knew that this was the best way for it to happen. So
I still don't understand how that's the best option. If you can cut out any kind of interference with your protege and not have to go through an old man, somebody who's not, like, always contingency plans. Yes, Dale, I get that. But ultimately, Anakin was the prize. Why let a Jedi train him in the arts when he could have been training him all along in the Sith arts?
Because, Rachel, here's the thing. Palpatine was keeping the fact that he was Force sensitive a secret. If he reveals the fact that he is Force sensitive, the Jedi are going to learn about it one way or another, and they're going to be like, oops. They're going to put 2 and 2 together and realize this is the Sith Lord we've been looking for. They go after him, and he either A, he gets taken out, or B, he has to execute his plan sooner than he's prepared to do so. He can't train Anakin in the ways of the Force without revealing the fact that he is a Force sensitive himself. Now, the thing to remember is
before he became Emperor.
No, because
he would have had the ability.
Rachel, here's the thing: he was always sensitive, but he had learned from Plagueis the ability to shield his Force abilities from the Jedi. If he starts using the Force himself and everything to train Anakin to any degree, the Jedi are going to pick up on it. Yoda could have picked up on it. Obi-Wan, Mace, any member of the Jedi Council would have picked up on it.
He says in the Revenge of the Sith. He says in the Revenge of the Sith, through your tutelage, through your mentorship, I've learned. He's been teaching him, and the Jedi didn't catch it.
He's been kind of He's been teaching Anakin the philosophy of the Sith, but he's been doing it in a very subtle way. It hasn't been overt to the point where the Jedi are going to pick up on it from Anakin. Because Anakin is relatively young at the time and everything, and he doesn't have the ability to conceal his thoughts and his emotions and what have you from the Jedi.
I'm sorry, you can't have it both ways. Anakin's all powerful and all knowing. And then he's a dupe. It can't be both things.
I'm not saying. Rachel, please hear me out. I'm not saying I'm trying to have it both ways. Palpatine had a plan. His plan was ultimately to get Anakin. Maul killing Qui-Gon was, quite frankly, sheer happenstance. It was a happy accident that Qui-Gon was killed by Maul, but it wasn't Palpatine's ultimate design. The only reason Maul was there on Naboo and everything was to make sure that Sidious's plan follows through. But unfortunately, he gets sidetracked into this duel with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan there in the generator plant and everything in the palace. He was basically a safeguard against Gunray and any of the other Trade Federation leadership being captured by Padme or whoever else, or by the Jedi themselves. The fact that Qui-Gon gets killed by Maul was sheer dumb luck. But Palpatine was an opportunist. That's the other thing you have to remember about him. He saw this opportunity to start working on Anakin, but doing it subtly rather than doing it overtly, where his abilities in the Force are revealed. He has that ability to. He has the ability that you learn.
Qui-Gon was a happenstance because he was instructed to go take care of the Jedi. That's why he was with Newt Gunray.
Maul was there and everything to protect and everything and safeguard the Gunray and them. He was not there to kill the Jedi specifically. If he had the opportunity, Palpatine or Sidious probably told him, if you have the opportunity to take these Jedi out, do so. But then go back to your original mission. And your original mission is to protect Gunray and the rest of them until I'm done with them. Maul was not intended to be.
In the beginning of the movie, Maul's like, let's do it. And Palpatine's like, no, it's not time. It's not time. And then he says, yes, it's time for us to reveal ourselves. So if he would have at any point before that revealed himself, they would have known about the Sith. And, so if it would have been a couple days before or whatever, that wasn't in his plan. So even taking that aspect from it, going and taking Anakin from birth and training him, they would have known then, because there would have been an imbalance in the Force.
Oh yeah, there would have been a major imbalance in the Force.
He could have gone as a freaking senator and bought his freedom without anybody being the fucking wiser. But I mean, it makes no sense that.
But the whole training part, the whole training him, would have sent the off balance because he was the chosen one, and being that he brought balance to the Force.
That he would have had to train him completely. He had fucking Maul and Dooku. He could have had somebody else actually do the training part of it, but he would have been the master. But the
problem is with the Sith and everything, and with the structure that Darth Bane had set up previously, it was supposed to be one master, one apprentice. That was it. The master trains the apprentice. He or she spends his time training his apprentice to a point where that ultimately that apprentice can destroy the master and take over the mantle and then carry on the line.
And that's why when
the dark side, like they're really gonna follow rules.
Yes, because
that's what the rules were in place for thousands of years, and that's like when they decided to go with the rule of two, so they could hide from the Jedi until the time was right, and they decided to stop fighting the Jedi. And the best way to beat the Jedi in a war was to start infiltrating the banking and getting into all the politics, and that's why Palpatine came into the politics along. So it's all
with Plagueis.
With Plagueis, and so that they could infiltrate it that way and get their plans working instead of going and fighting, because they knew no matter how powerful they are, they could be all the Sith, and as powerful as all the Sith into one person, they never to be able to defeat all of the Jedi because the numbers just aren't there. So no matter how powerful.
Oh God. I'm sorry. Screw that fucking I'm all the Jedi bullshit. That was the worst part of that whole freaking movie. That's ridiculous.
I'll agree with you on that.
Like, you can't be the most powerful Force wielder in the galaxy, in the history of whatever, and then be all the Jedi. They wouldn't even talk to her before Ben died. That makes no sense. Like, and I'm sorry. Like, I don't agree with that. And I mean, that's my opinion. I'm not saying anybody has to agree with me, but I don't agree with that. I don't believe that to defeat ultimate bad, you have to become ultimate good.
They were all,
that doesn't make any sense.
The Sith get the power from the Sith that they kill. So in retrospect,
where was that transference ever made a thing? I don't remember ever seeing Force ghosts go into a Sith.
With the rule of two, once the rule of two came into place.
Where's the transference? Where's the transference of power? You don't get power by killing another entity. Technically, that power would return to the Force.
When you're a Sith and you kill your master, that's the whole point of the rule of two.
Rachel, this is just a suggestion, and I'm actually going to have to get off here because it's going on 1 o'clock my time.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm giving you some guidance here to understand the history that we're talking about. whenever you have the opportunity, either get it on audiobook or get just the regular book and get the Darth Bane trilogy. It's called Path of Destruction, Rule of Two, and Dynasty of Evil or something along those lines. That gives you the whole backbone of Darth Bane's ultimate plan to destroy the Jedi. And his plan was to winnow down the Sith Order to two people, a master and apprentice, as I mentioned previously. And ultimately, his plan is to not defeat the Jedi through direct force of arms.
Who's writing all of these? This is what I don't understand. I understand they're canon, but I don't understand.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds.
I'm starting to think there's a reason I stay in the films.
But the films are only one little tiny aspect of it. I mean, because you get into
the films make me happy. This is making me sad.
And it's like the book Plagueis that came out. It came out a couple months before Disney bought it, so it's technically not canon.
Okay.
If it would have came out a few months later, Disney would have bought it. It would be canon. So Darth Plagueis would be canon.
I know, but my brain literally feels like it's going to explode because it's part. Okay. It's so many different people playing in the Play-Doh.
Okay, if you take away nothing else from anything I've talked to you about tonight, Rachel, take away this. These are the Darth Bane trilogy books. It's Path of Destruction. All three of these were written by Drew Karpinski. It's called Path of Destruction, Rule of Two, and I was right, Dynasty of Evil. These are this is the Darth Bane trilogy. This tells you about everything that he did to form the Rule of Two Sith Order. This is where all of Plagueis's and Palpatine's and everybody that came before them were working towards. Bane's goal was to destroy the Jedi, not through direct force of arms, but to do it subtly over thousands of years of planning and scheming. And ultimately, you see the fruition of his plan in Revenge of the Sith. Through everything that Palpatine has accomplished by becoming a senator for Naboo and eventually becoming Supreme Chancellor and then eventually becoming Emperor. That was the culmination of Bane's plan to overthrow the Republic, but ultimately his ultimate goal was to destroy the Jedi. Period.
Because they didn't even know that he was the majority of the population didn't even know that he was a Sith. He was just the Emperor. They didn't know that he had these special powers.
No. Majority of the galaxy didn't even know that Sidious or Palpatine was Force attuned. They had absolutely no clue. The only few people that knew were Vader and maybe Grand Moff Tarkin and a handful of his closest advisors knew that Palpatine was even Force sensitive or had access to using the Force, and much less the dark side of the Force. Anybody that ever saw Palpatine use the Force was killed instantaneously because he kept it a very closely guarded secret. Because even as powerful as he was, you don't want everybody and their mother knowing that you're a Sith. You don't want everybody and your mother knowing that he has Force powers, because he's built this whole idea that the Jedi were corrupt and that the Sith and the Force are just a legend and myth that never really amounted to a whole lot of anything. So that's the long and short of that. But that would be my advice to you if you really want to understand what Order 66 and Plagueis and Palpatine's plan, where it all came from. Read those books. Read those books I just showed you. It'll tell you pretty much everything you need to know.
I just want to cry.
Sorry.
I swear to God, I just want to fucking cry.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to make you cry.
No,
I was just trying to.
It's not. You didn't do anything. Like everybody keeps telling me, read the books, read the comics, read the books, I don't even want to fucking look at them. I'm sorry. Fuck that. I was happier 20 minutes ago than now because I thought a firm grasp on the story, but now. Like, I don't know what the fuck Star Wars is anymore. Now my brain just feels like it exploded.
Okay. Rachel, I don't think it was anybody's intention here, intentionally or otherwise, to make you feel like you didn't have a firm grasp on the whole Star Wars universe. If you wanted to do nothing but follow the movie canon, you can. But if you want to understand all the different moving parts of this whole galaxy and this whole storyline, that's where the books and the comics come into play. But you don't need the comics and the books to understand the basic story of Star Wars. You really don't. This is just extra material that people have written throughout the 20 or 30 some odd years since the early 90s and everything, or even going back to when they did that one book. I forget the name of the book off the top of my head, but it deals with the Kyber crystal or something. But that's beside the point. If you don't want to read any of this other stuff, you don't have to appreciate the movies and the story that they tell. But for some of us who are uber geeks and who are readers and everything, this enriches the universe for us. That's all the EU is.
I am a uber geek and I read.
There's a lot of threads, unfortunately, that are at play here in the whole Star Wars canon, and sometimes it can become extremely overwhelming, especially considering it's 12:46 a.m. at my time, at whatever time it is for y'all, wherever you're at. You're probably all have been up extremely long days, and you're probably tired, and you probably want to go to bed. And that's exactly what I'm going to do right now, because as much as I have enjoyed this, guys, I'm going to sign off now. It's Mike. It's been a blast. Rachel, to everybody that I've had a chance to talk to tonight and everything, I've really appreciated this. This has honestly been fun. I am sorry if I've caused any mental stress. I really do. That was not my intention. I just want to get on a roll.
No more than I walked into the room with. I promise you.
Star Wars is always mental stress.
It can be at times, but honestly, it can be a lot of fun too. So,
yeah, I love it. But all right. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by.
You're welcome. Y'all take care. Have a good night and have a better tomorrow. Bye. Peace.
What's up, Sith Lord Kylo? You're awfully quiet.
Yeah, talk for a minute. My face hurts.
Kind of hard to get a word in edgewise there, so I just sat back and listened.
Sorry. Believe me, I wish I hadn't gone that hard with it.
I just left it be. There were some points that I was okay with, and there were some points that I really just wanted to throw my phone, but I just leave it at that.
Because of me?
No, I'm just saying some of the things I was like sitting there like, all right, I agree with that one. I just want to punch my screen. And everybody has their own opinions, and I respect that. It's just some of them I don't agree with, and I just sat back and I was like, I'm not going to say nothing because I'm not that kind of person today. Maybe tomorrow I might be, but not today.
If I was wrong about anything, you can tell me. I mean, please tell me now, because dear God, I can't do another day.
No, it's all fine. It's just I don't see there being wrong. I can't call anybody wrong because it's how you perceive it is how you perceive it. I can't tell you how to see something. I can't tell you how to read something because I'm not that kind of person. I'm not that kind of I'm not Hitler. I'm not going to tell you how to read or how to see something or how to perceive something. That's like some of these conversations are so good because people see shit in different ways. You know, and I ain't mad at nobody. It just gives me a whole different light to wrap my head around and look at it at a different way.
I don't even know what Dill's talking about.
I have no idea. I've been looking at trying to find stuff to build my collection with. Bought a few pieces while I sat back and relaxed.
Oh God.
But no, I mean, I honestly, like, you're not wrong. And even if for say you might have been wrong, it's not my business to tell you you are. Because I don't want somebody sitting in here telling me that I was wrong on my personal view of what I think of either a movie or the cartoons or even a few of the comic books or EU books. Because I don't want nobody telling me I'm wrong, because that's how I see it. You know? I mean, it was great conversation. Some of the stuff I'm like, eh. Some of the stuff I'm like, hey, yeah, that's interesting. But some of it I was like, no, I don't. But I was like, no, I don't agree with it. But since whoever it was, that's how they see it. That's how they see it. I've learned as I get older to, you know, everybody has their view. I respect their opinions. I may not like them, but I respect it. I respect it to the point to where I give the utmost respect that if they have a conflicting opinion and they bring it up and they voice it, I got the utmost respect for that, because they're going to catch backlash. They're going to catch an argument of, recoil. But you know what, though? They stated their opinions, and I have to respect that.
I mean, I'm not trying to make, like, I don't want to make anybody look at things the way I do. I'd rather look at it my way and then have somebody else show me other ways of seeing it. But, like, I hate canon. I hate it being locked away and it being made hard and solid where you can't make it fit what you want to believe. And that's part of the reason why I was like, just leave the religion out of it, because even though, yes, it may have religious undertones to it, it may have been built around the same structure of that or whatever. I don't believe that anything that's meant to be inclusive and to be good can be rigidly just so. It has to be just so. And you have to agree with all of it or none of it. I don't like that. I think everybody should be able to share their opinions and their points of view, but I don't think it should be a thing that you have to be in on to be accepted or to be labeled a fan.
But that's where you get into people that say that don't agree with the canon, that say that's not my Star Wars. I don't believe that's canon. Well, it is canon, whether you like it or not. Whether there's something that's canon that I like or not. The Rise of Skywalker is canon. Everything in that movie is canon. It's facts. So canon is basically just like facts. Now, there's things in between the facts that we can interpret, and that's what it is. I might not agree with what they did with the canon, but that doesn't mean it's not the facts. I wish they would have gone the other way. I wish Rey wasn't a Palpatine, but she is. It's canon. Rey says that she's a Skywalker, so she's a Skywalker now. Is it by blood? No, but she's now a Skywalker. So, she was born of Palpatine blood to defeat the Jedi and became a Jedi to defeat the Palpatine blood. So, I mean, it's... I would have liked to see it go a different way. I would have liked to see Kylo be the big bad, but it didn't happen. So that's what's canon.
I mean, we can sit and split hairs on things that we don't like and that we don't want to be quote unquote canon. because I mean, I can nitpick every single part of the cinematic Star Wars universe or galaxy, whatever, and I can nitpick something out of everything except for Empire Strikes Back because there's absolutely nothing wrong with that movie. But then, yet again, that's my opinion. Somebody else might find some faults in that movie too. But, I don't like how Rey became a Skywalker at the end of the movie. You're not a goddamn Skywalker. You're not out of the Skywalker bloodline. They did that because they want that. Now it's going to no longer be known as Jedi. I believe that's going to be the good side of the Force is going to be known as Skywalker now, I think. But then that's my own opinion. You know what I mean? Like in episode 10, the good guys, the light side, they're not going to be Jedi. They're going to be known as Skywalkers because of what she did. I mean, that's how I see it going. I mean,
Probably.
be wrong. Guys see it going that way. I think that's what it's going to be. It's no longer going to be known as Jedi. It's going to be known as, well, now you're a Skywalker because you used the light side of the Force.
Yeah. And what happens is a problem is that's what, we're all going to talk about, we're going to think, and then the movie starts to come out and it comes back up, and that's what, we decide we're shipping Skywalkers, not Jedi. And then it comes out that it's Jedi, and people are like, well, that's not what I thought it was going to be. Well, it doesn't matter what you think it's going to be. It's what it is. So, whether you're going into with anticipating it's going to be one way or it happens and, it's not what you thought it was going to be. And then afterwards saying,
I just think people see the characters differently. And I think the fact that it's almost like you have to accept the way these characters have been written, that it kind of strips away any and all kind of personal meaning.
This is a point where we need Rural's ass in here for him to say, it's a story.
I fucking tried, dude.
Story, sit and listen. This is the point to where we need him for him to say that, because, I mean, after the way that this has gone the last 3 hours, that's pretty much how it is. You interpret that story however you want to. If I would have listened to, I don't know, this might piss people off, but if I listened to the idiots when I was growing up, or even some of the more
shut up
who are anti-Star Wars, which they can go be stuck to a stake and burned. If I would have listened to them, I wouldn't, that's why I don't follow people's opinions. Because if I would have listened to the opinions of the people that I was around growing up, or some of the people in some of these communities now, Star Wars wouldn't even be a thing. I just don't understand it. Like, if you don't like it, then don't like it. Don't try to impose your opinions. I love it. I love every aspect. I love all of the movies, even including that horrible Phantom Menace, which in my opinion is still the worst movie of the whole damn franchise. But I love it because there are good parts in it. I love all the characters.
I don't know. I guess maybe I'm different. Like, I don't want to try to make the characters fit anything. I just want them to be what they are. How I connect to them is inherently going to be different than other people. And I mean, that's what's great about Star Wars. You can change. It changes you. It changes your opinion of things. It changes your point of view on things. But it's something to be able to be shared.
But the characters are what they are. How you relate to them is going to be different than everybody else. But the characters are still the characters. So it's still factual what the character is. How you relate to it's going to be different on what your viewpoint is on it, or how your upbringing or things that have happened in your life. But I mean, the fact that Anakin is this way, Anakin is that way. The way you relate to him is going to be different than the way I relate to him.
Well, here, how about this? Since we're talking relating to the characters, how about you guys go your favorite character from the prequels original trilogy and the sequel trilogy, and I'm willing to bet the three of us will have probably 3 different answers for each one, but none of us will be wrong. It's because we related or connected to that character differently than, say, Michael did. You know,
and that's what I'm saying. Like, all of you guys have read the books or read the comics, so yes, you're going to have a wider view of what is canon, but where I may have a more narrow view and not as much information, I'm able to kind of keep it as pure as possible for myself. And why that means I may not be an uber fan or, you know, a fucking Star Wars badass, it still means, you know, like,
you're fucking Star Wars badass, period. Don't ever fucking think you're not. All the time, concentration, and everything you put into it, you're fucking badass. You're more badass than I am. You're more badass than Mike is. You're more badass than most of us because you're the one putting your mind, your view, your beliefs into literature. You're writing it. You're writing about it. You're doing more. Like, Mike, I'm not trying to be ignorant to you.
Oh, and he freezes right as he's saying that. No, but I mean, it's, you know, I mean, there's, it's.
I mean, she's the shit. She puts in so much time, you know, writing, you know, The Edge. Come on. Fucking Star Wars my whole life. I'm 40 years old. All right. And what you've already done for The Edge of Hope, I couldn't even fucking do it. And I have, you know, what you said, a more vast background of Star Wars. I can't do that. You are like the badass of badasses right now because you have the ability to take the characters that you love, some of the characters that you're creating, you're making a damn story that I pray one day becomes something, because from what I've already seen, I want to see that shit on the big screen straight out. Okay? I'm just telling you that right now. I want to see that shit on the screen. Somebody needs to find it. Somebody needs to fucking do it. Mike will agree too. I'm pretty sure. You know, Mike, you're fucking badass. You got one of the biggest Star Wars channel discussion things going right now. You know, you're rocking it out every week. You got good people coming on. You know, we look forward to it. I got a 14-year-old next week that just looks forward to what's going to happen on the Bacta tank, or who else is coming, or can I please stay up and at least in the background listen to the septic tank? Just because it's the people that are working on the things that she loves. She loves Star Wars. She loves Rachel because Rachel and Rachel's writing something that she wants to read once it becomes a full thing. If it goes into paperback, you bet your ass we're going to get one to put up in a frame and another one we're all going to read. We'll probably need like 4 of them. So you know we got you. Mike, the kid loves watching your videos. You know, every week she's learning so much. She's like, well, I'm learning more than I've learned from you. All right, it's a slap in the face, kind of, but I look at it as, hey, you know what? Michael has a different view. She loves rural. Rural Farm Boy reminds her of my brother. They're a lot alike. I mean, granted, there's a big age difference, I'm sure, but she adores him, you know, and everybody else that gets in. So I'm like, you guys are doing good stuff. Don't think that you're not. I love coming on here, even if I don't get to talk. I just love sitting back and relaxing, maybe getting a word in here and there. But I utmost respect the both of you. Rachel, you're unbelievable. Don't ever think that you don't make a difference, or that you belong, or that your opinions don't matter. Don't ever think that.
And we're going to do it again tomorrow, and the day after that, or the day after that.
You know, like, it's...
I mean, me and Rural Farm Boy argue almost every week on the Bacta tank about whether episode 10 is going to be continuation of the saga or not.
Like
he says it's done and over because they say it is, and all the Skywalkers are dead. I say the saga is not over because they're going to want to make more money. They'll just make another one, and then the saga continues with Rey, who's now a Skywalker. So, and they're still going to talk about the teachings, and if it's going to be a continuation of Rey and being the Skywalker, not the Jedi, and then you're going to have.
Oh God.
I don't know why you're laughing, but
the girls with paper just showed up, and they're like, "Hi, all."
Oh, hey, how are you doing?
It's
the perfect people to be here.
Oh God, it was just funny. I just kind of glared over, and I was like, "Hi." Oh God.
We got Rachel laughing. I'm sorry, Rachel. I didn't mean to make you do that.
What?
I actually feel bad because I wanted to join last night, but unfortunately I didn't have enough strength to stay up, and I crashed in mid comment.
You gotta take care of yourself. That's more important.
But I was just like, but I did when I woke up and I sent you the message on Twitter. I watched the whole stream on replay because I couldn't fall back asleep for a while. I was like, man, I did miss some good stuff, but
we didn't even talk Star Wars last night.
No, you discussed a lot of other things last night. But still, even if we don't talk Star Wars,
yeah.
I miss out on the interaction. Like I miss out interacting with I talk to both of you every day now. One way or another. And that's that's a great bond that I love, that I enjoy, that I'm glad that I've formed with you guys. Plus, on top of it, we talk multiple things, and of course, mostly it's the Star Wars. I mean, we talk about how much Michael's not a Funko Pop collector, but I call bullshit. Me and Rachel talk about puppies, and we share pictures of our crazy, psychotic, four-legged animals.
God, that dog is driving me insane.
Or she yells at me for drinking energy drinks, but I understand that because you guys care, and that means a lot.
Family, dude. I don't just say it to be some witty quip. Legit. You guys, you and Michael, Rule, Rez, everybody. You guys are my family. You guys understand me better than the fucking people in this house.
Well, we bicker like siblings because we're all around the same age.
Yeah. See, here's something that we didn't even talk. Here's something that's completely different, but what Dale says, Boba Fett lives. Well,
I agree.
It's canon that he died, but we didn't actually see him die. And then George Lucas says, well, no, he's not dead. Well, yeah, he is dead. Well, no, he's not dead. Well, yeah, he is dead. And, if you ask the story group now, it's kind of like, just like when, I did a book report for Rural and went through 16 books about Boba Fett and Jango Fett. And, under the Mandalorian, what we know now for the Mandalorian TV show, that, technically, if you're going to follow what the Mandalorian TV show says, Boba Fett and Jango Fett were Mandalorians. Because Jango Fett's parents were killed and he was raised a Mandalorian. So he was raised by Mandalorians in the way of Mandalorian. Even though he's not a Mandalorian by blood, he's still technically a Mandalorian. If you take today's,
Mandalorian, is it really like a species or a race, or is it like they call on the show a belief, a creed?
Well, because that's where you get into it. And then, he wasn't raised on Mandalore, but he was raised on the moon of Mandalore, which is still, it would be like saying, are you American if you're from Puerto Rico? Well, yeah, because you're a U.S. citizen, so you're an American. But you're technically not an American, but you are. So
what I'm thinking about right now? I'm thinking about the sheer fact that Rule is going to wake up and see that we did this chat for almost 3.5 hours and going to be like, what the fuck happened?
Well, he's going to be probably a little bit pissed because he missed out, but he didn't know about it. Because I'm sure if there would have been.
He did, because I shot him. There's no way he didn't know, because I shot him, himself, at least 12 freaking tweets.
Yeah, but Rachel, if the man is tired, like he said he was last night or the night before, he could have done like me, like I did yesterday, and crash hardcore. And he'll wake up he'll wake up at 2:00 in the morning, and or about now, and shit, we're still on there talking.
When he was working, he would get up about 4, because when I was playing Fallen Order all the time, I was getting done playing Fallen Order at 4 or 5 in the morning, and he was just getting up for work. So when I was turning off the computer, he was turning his on. So now that he's not working, I don't know if he still has the same schedule or if he sleeps a little bit later, because he's been doing some of the septic tanks on Saturday nights and staying up until 2 or 3. So I don't know what his schedule's like now.
The septic tank is a whole different person, I swear. He's got multiple personalities or something, because I've never, hearing him cuss and stuff, it makes me giggle, because it's just it shouldn't, it's so wrong. It's like dad's yelling at us. Why?
Yeah, he's
fuck that motherfucker. Shut up, Kylo.
Yeah. That was the next video. That was the first, I think, Trivial Pursuit. I think that clicked on after last night's stream on the YouTube play order or whatever, and we're just sitting there, and I'm eating some Lucky Charms, and then all of a sudden he goes on one of those rants, and my wife looked at me. She goes, "Is that Rural Farm Boy talking like that?" I looked, I go, "Are you fucking kidding me?" I go, "Yeah." She's like, "Oh my God, he just didn't stop. He just kept going." I was like, "Yeah." She goes, "He just cuss at you?" "Yep, he sure as hell did." "What did you say?" "I don't fucking remember." I have to rewind it.
Saturday when
I see your comment. I wish Aaron had been here too. It would have been a lot longer discussion, I'm sure. And I definitely would have come out on the wrong side of it. I'm almost 100% certain.
There's no right side or wrong side, and especially you have, I don't know who it is from Girls with Sabers in here, but they're gonna have a different viewpoint than me, and we're gonna be able to sit here and talk about it.
Oh, shit.
And they're gonna be able to I'm gonna be able to talk more about, I'm gonna assume, philosophy and religion, and because I have the religions of Star Wars, and I have 20 books on religion and philosophy of Star Wars.
Let's say, why the fuck do you have so many religion books, dude?
Because it's all different religion, and this happened and that happened and whatever, all religion and Star Wars, and they're going to be able to bring in
judgment. I was just
and they're going to be able to talk more about more different literature and how other literature goes into Star Wars and the basis of that. So it's we're just going to come with different backgrounds or different vantage points of what we know, and sit there and argue for 3 hours about it, but because no one's yelling at each other and respectful.
Yeah, that's one thing I also like. Even if we do disagree on something, I guess we're a little bit better than siblings, because we're not screaming and yelling at each other.
Yeah,
Rachel yells at me. But
I don't yell when I get mad. I cry. I cry.
You stop doing that. But I know, I can't get mad, and I'm one of the most stubborn people in the world. But I guess that's because of things I've gone through. But when you're you shouldn't do that, and you shouldn't do that, I'm just I really just want to be STFU. But if it was anybody else, I would be you know what? Fuck off and go play catch on a highway with a semi. All right. But
Brock told me the other day, Michael knows, I was joking like I always do in Rebel Scum about, Brock's jacket, the rebel jacket. And I always joke, and I'm like, release the jacket. # release the jacket. He yelled at me. He goes, Rachel could frig off. I was just like,
Damn.
I mean, so it's just.
I know he didn't mean it, but it was still just kind of like, I made Brock mad. Am I Andrew now? I literally sent James a DM and I was like, since I made Brock mad, am I the new Andrew? Did I become Andrew?
Well, we're gonna make people.
You think I'm mad at you all the time, so every day you think I'm mad at you.
Oh, I know Michael's every day.
Let me just explain, real quick, short and sweet. I have been emotionally conditioned to assume that everything's my fault. I'm always wrong. I'm fat, ugly, and dumb. That is what I've been bred to believe my entire life by my family, every significant other I've ever had. My writing is shit. I'm doing nothing but fucking around. I don't have a job. I'm never going to get married. I'm never going to have kids. I'm never going to have anything worth anything. And Star Wars is stupid. I'm stupid for taking it so serious and playing around with all of this. So that's my life. So whenever I even like kind of get the hint of like, dear God, there's tension. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I apologize to Rule all the time. That's why he gets upset when I do it. It's a natural knee-jerk reaction. Like I literally, like you've seen dogs that have been abused that literally have had the shit beat out of them to the point where like anybody makes a movement or a loud noise, they just cower. That's me.
Yeah.
That was my life for 3.5 years when I lived with my ex, and then now living here with my parents again. It's anything is always my fault. And so instead of stand up for myself and spend 5 hours arguing, I come in and I ignore that they even exist and come in here with you guys and bullshit and have fun, because I'd rather have you guys as family than them, because ultimately you guys actually know me better than my own family. You take an interest in my life, you care about me, and they don't. They really don't.
But that's like no one here is going to tell you that you're wrong because of what you're for Star Wars. But we'll say this is what my point of view is, and this is why, I feel this way. And, and then like you said, well, I only know the movies. And it's like, okay, well, we're coming at it from a different perspective. Just like when
literally we were having the same argument, but it was the same argument that we were both making.
But when Girls with Sabers does I'm just using them as an example because I guess it's Emerson that's here right now. I don't know. When they do that and they do the correlation between Star Wars and this book or that book or work of literature and how they they're similar. They can see how it was done like this, so that's why they think it's going to go this way. And I never thought of it like that. That doesn't mean that I'm wrong. They're just looking at it at a different perspective.
My brain hurts. I've had a really bad day today, but this made it better. Even though I cried, I still feel better. And again, thank you for hosting my friends. They were really, really glad that they were able to find a place to meet new people and talk. Especially Ray. Ray only waved and said bye because she doesn't really come into chats a whole lot. She's just now started showing up at Rebel Scum. But she'll be in a lot more because I introduced her to Rule, and Rule will get her there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Leah. It was your idea to get us all together tonight.
I'm going to get a divorce now, but it's okay. My Star Wars family's happy.
Well, I don't want...
No, you sent me that message. You're like, are you streaming it? And I was like, no, it's Tuesday. And I was like, I'm gonna go stream right now. She's like, we're not gonna watch a movie. I was like, we just watched 2 movies. We're good. Go to bed.
I was asking the same thing. She's like,
I was feeling like I'm gonna owe like Danielle lunch or something if I ever.
Well, no, because it depends. Like, if she's in the mood to watch her shows and like Vanderpump Rules or I don't know what the hell she's. She's actually watching something pretty good right now, but I'm only paying half attention to it because I'm not watching it with her. Harlots on Hulu. It's about
I completely stopped watching TV. Like I live in the internet or in chats with you guys or writing Edge and now writing solo too. Like what's TV?
It's about like the Victorian era whorehouses and prostitutes. It's pretty good from what I've seen of it. I've never actually sat down and like watched episodes, but I've just been in the room when it's on or whatever. But like she was in the mood to watch it, she'd be like, okay, go stream. So who knows? I probably won't be streaming tomorrow. I probably won't stream again until Saturday night. But you never know. If she's like, I feel like watching TV and I don't feel like watching, I'll be like, I'm gonna go.
Tell her if she's like into Victorian stuff, tell her to get this book.
Oh, she's just into the show. She started watching it because it was good. Just like we watched. I know it's not the name, but we watched Harley Quinn today. And I've been trying to get her to watch it for 2 months, and she didn't want to watch it. And then finally, she was like, "Okay, fine, I'll watch it." And you heard her. She's like, "Yeah, it was really good. I liked it." She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She asked me. She's like, "Am I missing like the movie started?" She's like, "Am I missing a movie?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "Well, like about her and the Joker." And I was like, "No, it's all in the comic books. There's no movie about it." She was just like, "Oh, so they started like in the middle of it." And I was like, "Pretty much, yeah." They started her story in the middle of it or at the end or whatever. I mean, I don't really know because I don't know
just tell her to go. Just send her to Tara Strong's Twitter thread. Like she'll catch on.
She's not on Twitter.
That's probably a good thing.
And
I got Jericho's girlfriend Gabby to create a profile, and like fucking 2 weeks after that stupid creeper guy showed up and started stalking her. I was just like, Jericho, cut it off. I felt like an asshole because like I was sending him pictures of art one night while he was streaming because he was asking about Alex's stuff. And I started sending it to him, and she's like, "Here, I'll just make one. I'll just make one real quick, and she can send it to me." Because he was trying to play a video game, and I was just like,
"All right." So see, now what you need to do is, I need to find out.
Bye, girls with sabers.
Bye.
Goodbye. Thank you very much for stopping by. It's an honor to have you stop by my chat. And hopefully we'll see you again sometime soon in the future.
Please.
Maybe I should get them on some night.
Bye, Dale.
I don't know if Dale was saying goodbye to girls or if he's leaving too.
Dale, are you leaving or are you staying?
I think he's just saying goodbye.
I think Charlie just ran away from the math.
Skywalker, Charlie?
He did. I think he posted. I looked at Twitter really quick while we were talking, and he said that sorry, I have to be here, meaning at the house. But I don't know if that was before he came on or after he came on.
Before, because I got it and I was like, "Oh God, math. Good luck, buddy." Darth Daddy Lunga.
Lunga, how you doing, brother? You just missed a great 3-hour Star Wars debate over everything to do with the Force and Anakin and everything. I don't know.
We pretty much covered everything.
Yeah. The whole
we jumped around a lot.
It was very Jedi and Force centric, and
I was forcefully raped tonight.
It got pretty good.
But I feel somewhat smarter. Although if I talk to anybody else, they're gonna be like, that makes you feel smarter? Yeah, because to my real friends, it makes me feel smarter.
I want to say something about the joke you just made, but I don't want you to think I'm fussing at you.
Go ahead.
I don't even know what you said because I froze. So
Force rape.
I didn't even hear your joke.
I don't share it with very many people, but I am a rape survivor, so it's kind of a touchy.
Well, that's like I said earlier that, Ray's pregnant with Ben's baby, and somebody in the chat said,
Yeah, force rape. Yeah, I saw it, and I was just like, I'm gonna ignore it. I'm not gonna say anything. Like,
Well,
I get comments like that in my timeline, and I'm just sitting there like, if you only fucking knew what you were talking about, like, legit, if they only knew what that was fucking.
But that doesn't mean, she was a willing participant, and it's still up to debate whether it was a romantic thing or not, or whatever. Because
I love you, Kylo.
In the movie,
huh? No, I'm listening.
I love you. I'm not mad at you.
In the movie, it seemed like the kiss seemed like it was very out of place, so it didn't really seem like a romantic thing. And Earl and I have had a conversation. We both agree it was more like a affectionate thing, not really a romantic thing. But you really don't kiss someone like that.
I think it was a spur of the moment.
But then you get Ray Carson, who wrote the book, and says that it wasn't a romantic relationship, and she was told that when she wrote the book, so that's why she wrote it like that. So but that's why so many people had problems with it, because they didn't end up having a romance. So I mean, and that's one of those things that's up to interpretation. Now, it's canon that it was not a romantic relationship, but it still seems really weird that it wasn't romantic just for that kiss. And then in the book, it says, that it wasn't a romantic kiss, that it was, I forget exactly what it is, but it's, more along the lines of,
I'm listening to you.
No, I was
just listening to my phone slowly explode.
No, I was just reading the chat. And it wasn't a romantic thing. It was more of like a compassionate thing. Or they did love each other, but not like in a romantic way. It wasn't like a brother and sister love, but it was still like a love for another person or whatever. I don't want to make it sound weird, but like, I don't know. But so it's like, I mean, I look at it and it's like, well, that was really weird for a compassionate kiss. So people are going to say, well, then it has to be a romantic kiss, but they weren't romantically involved. They were connected as yin and yang, but that doesn't mean a romance. They're
right.
And Girls with Sabers just left. They'd completely disagree with me. And that's where we'd sit there and have a 3-hour conversation about it and bring in everything we have for text.
Trust me, there's still one person in the chat that will challenge you on it.
Okay, well, we'll save that for another day because it's already been almost 4 hours.
I was gonna say Leah will take up that argument.
All right.
I've already had my go at it. I'm leaving. I'm done. I can't. I got nothing left. I'm tired of crying.
Yeah,
I can't cry anymore today. I've cried all day today. Especially when I went to go see my friend Danielle this afternoon, and one of her twin boys, Jace, thought it would be so cute to stab me in the ass with a fork. It hurt a lot. I was just like, you didn't just do that.
So you have that, and that's why I agree with it. But, the way it was portrayed on camera, but the way that they're saying it was supposed to be are two different things by the way that we interpret it. But if we take it as canon, and canon, yes, they kissed, but it's also canon that it wasn't a romantic relationship. So, but no one in the chat kisses there. I mean, I don't know. Some ethnic groups kiss on the lips as saying hello or goodbye to friends and family members. I don't. So I can't say that, no, it's impossible that it would happen that way, but it seems weird that, it's portrayed one way and in the movie.
All right, here's a good question, Michael.
Yeah.
Who do you think, which kiss was more uncomfortable? The one in the Rise of Skywalker or the one between Andrew and the chick at the end of James's film?
Okay, the one in the Rise of Skywalker just seemed completely out of place. The one in the end of of James's film when Andrew kissed the girl was very awkward because it was like Andrew never kissed a girl before.
I'm talking about the lunge, dude.
That's what I'm saying.
Kid.
Yeah, that's the going in for it wasn't like. I mean, it's what you do when you're 12 years old and you've never kissed a girl before.
It was adorable, but like, honest to God, when I finally reached the end of the film after you guys had left and I had to clean up after you, I was just sitting there the entire time like, are you gone? Are you guys seriously gone? Like, how much longer is this thing going to go? And I just kept sitting there. I was like, shit, I'm rural today. I've got the crappy internet. What the hell happened? But then, like, as soon as I did finish it, I was like, when he lunged at her, I was like, ooh, I got the, like, I seriously thought that it was going to pan and they were going to be laying on the asphalt. Like, he would have toppled her over. I was like, that's going to be funny. And then it didn't happen. And I was just like, that's a little bit of creepy Van Man vibes there, dude. Like, it puts the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose again.
But if you watch, like,
yeah, it was like that way.
But well, that's the thing. It's like, and we're saying Andrew's never kissed a girl before because it's Andrew, but you know, James wouldn't have directed the movie that way if it was supposed to be like that. But it's like people that talk about, you know, Anakin and how awkward he was with Padme. Well, yeah, it was some really awkward dialogue, but I mean, if you want to put it, he's never been around a girl before. So he's still like that 10-year-old or 12-year-old boy that has a crush on a girl. So even though he's 18 or 19, he still has the same moves and whatever. So he's still going the same, you know, mindset on he doesn't know what to do. So he's never been through it before. So, I mean, it makes sense that, oh, we just lost Kylan too.
Oh, he's back. Oh, God. The DMs have been down all day. So now, like, I'm getting nothing but messages.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were. Charlie Skywalker said they came on. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of vaping and stuff going on the stream tonight. I'm like, Ian, no, it's tobacco. He's like, no, it's not. I was like, Ian, yes, it is.
Unless it's CBD. But I mean, I can't do that stuff. I vaped it for a little while, but like,
no, I think it's a popular opinion that Anakin and Padme was weird because she's 10 years older than him, or, you know, 6 years older than him, or whatever. So, you know, it would be like dating your babysitter after you grow up, but never being with a girl before. So it's like,
didn't they just make like a whole Seth Rogen, Charlize Theron movie about that?
Oh, I don't know.
She's running for office, but he was like, she was his babysitter or something.
I don't know. But I mean, you think about the age difference. He's 9 and I think she was 12 or 14. I think she was 14. She's 5 or 6 years older than him, but whatever. Yeah. So it's like when he's, you know, 18 or 19 coming in as a Jedi, or 17, whatever he was, you know, she's 24, 25, which isn't really that bad of an age difference. It's kind of like a normal age difference. I mean, for that one, kind of, your friends might have problems with it, you know, but, you know, you're graduating.
You know what I think is weird is that practically the entire time all of that's going on, like, no, everybody kind of glosses over the whole dominatrix vibe that Padme put out with the black dress. Like, I literally saw that and I was like, she's wearing a corset and hand gloves and a scarf, and she's all like, no. It's like, dude, you literally are wearing lingerie and you're sitting next to this kid who's just like.
See, Lunga knows what's up. He's on YouTube for the chat, but he's still on Twitch to give me the average viewer time that I need.
Did you hit your viewership tonight on Twitch?
I was at 3.9. But that was earlier, so I don't know what happened. If it could have gone down, or it could go down by the time the stream ends. But I'm still at, I went from, I was at 47, I'm at 49 now. So I still need one more person to get my 50. And then I just need to keep it going for 30 days, and we'll see what happens with that. But, you know.
I think the only reason why Roll wasn't here is because he got so pissed off with my Periscope. Because it kept booting him out for some reason. Like my internet was complete shit.
His internet's really bad. That's why he, a lot of times. Oh, I'm at 50 now. Sweet. That means I should. Hang on. I got to go check this now. Yeah, his internet is, you know, it's being in the Western Pennsylvania, in the country bumpkin land, that.
I think the only reason why mine's doing so good is the storm finally cleared. Because it was getting a little Titanic out here. Kylo, did you read that? Did you read that snippet I sent you yesterday?
Which one? Or
not the hats. And I got part of your address. I need the rest of it. I can't send it to Ohio or Illinois, and it'd just be like, it's around here somewhere.
It was acting all kinds of stupid. Because I know there should be other messages, but now that because I logged in on my laptop and I don't see them.
Yeah, mine was doing that. Like, I couldn't find them, or like things I would type on my phone wouldn't be visible in the DM or anything. Like, it wasn't even in my timeline when I sent tweets, which was why whenever we finally got in the stream with you, Mikey, I was sitting there doing this on my phone trying to get everybody, because I knew if I tried to do it on this, nobody fucking see it. Mine are sort of working, Leah. Like, I've gotten a few that have come through, but like I have a feeling around 4 a.m. my phone's going to start to vibrate off the nightstand again.
Yeah. So, anyways, it's saying when I go look at my followers that I have 50 followers, but when I look at my rankings or my stats, it's still showing me at 49. So I don't know if it takes a little while for that to switch over, or is So
it may have already switched over because it's past 1 a.m. Did they do the time flip?
I don't know. But I'll just make sure I need it. I might need one more. So go to there. Wow, your music.
I'm going to see that one.
Sorry.
Okay. And go to Longa needs 2 more on Twitch. So if you're on Twitch, go click on him. You can probably just go right to my followers and click on my followers, and you can find him on there, and then just follow him on there, and then that will give him his 50. Yeah. So like his says that he has 48, but his last stream shows that it was still at 46.
Son of a business.
So
I'm going to have to call Verizon back again about this phone. It's deleted my messaging app off of it today. It deleted my fucking camera. I don't know why. This is it's not brand new. It's a refurbished one. But
hey, Mike said you got 50 followers.
All right, then I should be able to start my.
Roll DM'd me. That's why he's not here. He kept DMing me and didn't realize it wasn't going through.
Oh. Yeah, it was down most of the day, and most people didn't know that it was down until because it was trending that DMs were down. Like, I saw it because people were talking about it on Twitter. And people were having conversations on Twitter that they normally wouldn't have, that they'd have in DMs, because like what Hawes was on from Blue Harvest was supposed to be recording with Josh from Star Wars Spelt Out, and no one knew, or at Josh doesn't announce who's going to be on until like the episode's done and he's getting ready a day or two before to promote it. And everyone kind of knows now because Hawes is like, listen, DMs are down, and we're still recording, whatever. But hi, Lolo Frosty 21. Oh, good, you're a Star Wars fan. Everybody in here right now is a Star Wars fan.
What is his Twitch name? I don't see, unless I'm going by it.
Have you guys seen? Did I send you the? I don't know if I tweeted it at you or not. Kylo, are you on? You're doing something on Twitch. Sorry.
Darth Daddy Longo. Darth Daddy Longo. He should be all the way towards the bottom.
Darth. All right. Let's see. Here's Gannon. Here's Rachel.
Ray DM'd me, and it finally came through. Now that they're semi-working, she said thank you for having her. She enjoyed it.
Well, she can come on anytime. She was a delight.
Might have to refresh it. What were you gonna say, Rachel? But I'm on. I can flip between tabs if I need to.
I was gonna say you should go. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna send you something. You've got to check it out. It's amazeballs. I don't know if you guys have seen it yet or not. You may have. It may just be like, why are you fogging me up with this crap, Rachel? Why again? Did y'all watch Erin making her corn tortillas today?
No. Was that the 7:00 one? And the Great Council has a Discord. And it's a good Discord. They have a little bit of everything on there. The main one's kind of like Star Wars, but they have whatever fandom or whatever you're into. They have room for that. And if there's not something for what you want, they'll make one for you. One will be, if there's a need for it or want for it, one will be put together. So yeah, I know Kylo, you're on Discord, right? Yeah, you're on Discord because you have the other.
I sent it to you in a DM, Kylo.
Okay.
Or not a DM, a tweet. Brain fart.
Yeah, Lolo.
If you could open it, you gotta let Mikey hear it. It's awesome.
Everybody that's in here is a Star Wars fan and or a content creator in some form or fashion, whether it's Twitch or YouTube or Instagram or writing books, authors, a little bit of both, a little bit of everything.
The kiddo plays violin, so I've seen that video like a gazillion times. But she kicks ass at the violin, but she says she's about done playing though. She doesn't want to do it much anymore.
You ought to buy her. When's her birthday?
Next Thursday.
I don't know if you can get it that soon or not, but you ought to get her one of those bows. They sell them.
Do they?
Yes, they do. They sell lightsaber bows for violins, cellos. Your kid would flip her shit.
All right, folks. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna send it to you. Have you seen it, Michael? It's the girl that has. She's a violinist, but she did a mashup on YouTube of where like she's dressed as a Jedi and as a Sith, but she plays like just the violin. She plays the beginning chords of I believe it's the I'm gonna say the wrong one. I just know it. My brain is not right. I believe it's the beginning, like da da, kind of. It's the very first John Williams song, I believe. But she plays it just on the violin, and it's so like stark
Here,
quiet.
listen. Can you hear it?
Mm-hmm. I've seen this one before.
Yeah, because
With
she's
the-
got that
Yeah.
yes lightsaber
thinking.
bow. Yeah.
I've seen the GIFs a billion times, and I never knew that it was an actual video. I just thought it was just a GIF. But then whenever I ran across it by accident on YouTube, I was like, holy shit, this is legit. Like, there's music. Like, this is... And she's done other things too, but like, I fucking love that. That is what I've been listening to for the last like 6 days.
You know
Straight.
who's really good that I found because my daughter plays violin is Lindsay Sterling, and she does like covers for like Star Wars. She did the Zelda theme cover. She does a bunch of covers for like a lot of retro stuff. You know, you might want to. You know, she's
I'm gonna have to look that up.
badass at it too. I think one of my favorite ones. I mean, of course, I have to go outside of Star Wars because, of course, that's going to be my favorite. But my favorite outside of Star Wars was her version of the Legend of Zelda theme. Amazing.
I
But then,
have to say, like, I don't listen to a whole lot of classical music. Like John Williams was the exception. But like, as soon as I found that, I've started listening to it. But then I found the piano. And there's a guy that plays the piano, and he does the Force theme, Duel of the Fates, which I thought was just like bonkers. I was like, you can do Duel of the Fates on a piano? But like Stella, as fucking psychotic as she is, how is Delilah doing?
All right, she was supposed to have surgery tomorrow morning, and they're like, "Can we put it off until Saturday so that we get more time with her?" I was like, okay. So, you know.
Are they going to put her under, or are they just going to do a local?
No, they're going to put her under. So, you know.
Are they sure she's going to be okay with that?
Yeah, you know, she'll be fine.
Well, tweet me and let me know she's all right.
Oh, well, you know, it's just $1,000 I didn't have right now to spend on her, so.
Holy shit, bro.
what is happening now?
No wonder you were like $500 sold.
Her thing that she had on her leg that was getting dry, and then that's why I had to wrap it up because I had to put lotion on it and then medicine on it. Whatever happened the one day we woke up and she ate through her bandage and ate half of it off. So she has to have it removed. But we've been just putting medicine on it and bandaging it up. So, yeah, so it's just, you know, whatever, but all right, you guys. Yeah. So,
I know you've been trying to get rid of us for like
it always takes me an hour or two to get rid of you guys. So, you know, I've been,
Tell Danielle I'm sorry I ruined date night.
I mean, we did 2 movies, you know, it was 11 o'clock, so it was all right. We spent
I lunch if I ever make it back to New York. I'm sorry.
We spent the entire day together watching TV and movies and stuff and breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And I didn't do any streaming or video games. And then it was like, okay, it's 11 o'clock. I'm going to go stream now because people want to talk Star Wars. And, you know, she went to bed right after that anyway. So it's not like anything. I mean, I could have waited, I guess, till 12 till she went to bed, but, you know, I didn't know that. So, yeah, but tomorrow I'll have you guys, I'll hook you up with Longo's Discord server so you can check it out. He said I'll create a room for the TooMed. It's in the chat. He'll create a room for the TooMedToo so we can, you know, in case Twitter's ever down again, we can do Discord to get all of our stuff together.
I swear to God, I love Twitter. It makes me happier than Facebook ever did, but The DM thing is really starting to piss me off. I've had to uninstall and reinstall Twitter like 20 times because you know those stupid little emojis you can use next to your messages? Like the heart, the thumbs up. Whenever I use them, all I see is a number 1. I don't see an emoji or anything. I just see the number fucking 1. Bye, Leah. Make sure you come back next time. I'll hit you with a link whenever Mikey posts it.
I finally found Lunga's Twitch. I just, I guess, subscribed or whatever. You followed him.
Twitch is following. YouTube is subscribing. Okay, get it right, please.
Well, I haven't been on Twitch yet. I'm still a Twitch virgin.
Gotta pop the cherry.
Yeah, thank you very much for stopping by. We're gonna end this now because
because Michael wants to go to bed.
Well, I still gotta move everything back from the living room into the bedroom.
Shit, dude.
Computers and stuff. And well, I mean, there's just a laptop and a pad, and then I take the line out before I go to bed and whatever. So it'll be like 4 o'clock, and then whatever time I get up. Could be 6, could be 9, could be 11. Who knows? Who knows? Nobody knows.
Did they ever tell you the result of your test?
I never got tested. I'm in New York City. I can't get tested. But so yeah, my one doctor that thinks I had a mild case of COVID-19, who said it's okay for me to return back to work because I had it. And then my other doctor told me that I probably didn't have it, and he told me to stay out of work for another 2 weeks. Because he thinks it was just an upper respiratory infection, not COVID. And hopefully by the time the 2 weeks is up, we'll have leveled out the slope, or it will have gone down, so I won't have a chance to get it, and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. And so now I just got to figure out what to do because work will pay me for 2 weeks. But like I contacted them today, and they're like, well, did your manager put in the request for it yet? I was like, I don't know. He knew I was going to be out, and he saw the medical, he got documentation from my doctor. I don't know what he did with it. No one told me that my manager had to do it because I can't do it myself. They're like, oh, we have to do this and this and this. And then we have to go through, and they're like, it takes, 2 pay cycles to get paid for it. So it'll
God.
Hopefully by June, if I go that route, I'll get it. Or,
fuck.
But then I could start getting unemployment because it's only for 2 weeks, so I can start getting unemployment. But that is, who knows when that's going to start hitting or ending up. So I know, and there's a bunch of stuff. There's a bunch of stuff I've got supposed to be coming in the next month. I got the first wave of Black Series supposed to come in. I have like 3 or 4 books that are new books that are coming out that are supposed to come in for May. I have all the Child Funko Pops coming in. I have the Wampa Funko coming in. So May might be a pretty slow month for me. But then once June hits, baby, I'll be doing a lot of unboxing.
Ruh-roh. You'll have to, you legit just need to make freaking t-shirts that just say, what's in the box?
Yeah. I'm working on some t-shirts, so we'll see.
What? I'd buy one of them.
I'm working on some too. I'll work on a what's in the box t-shirt.
I want to have.
Mikey could have like a cardboard box with the Bacta, like almost like a sticker on it, and then you could do a version of the t-shirt where it's a Funko with somebody like starting to pull it out of the box. That would look awesome. That way it's still part of the TooMedToo, but like the Funko that the hands pulling out of the box, Kylo, could be the Bacta tank robot. That would look awesome.
Like the box or the B1 trying to come out of the box?
Yeah, like a hand reaching down to pull it out. Or you could have him crawling out. That would look cool too.
Well, draw it up.
Yeah, right. Pencils run whenever I even contemplate drawing. I use words.
Little pencil.
I can.
Away.
I put the pencils in the corner. I can't.
Right.
I can't draw.
All right, people. That's it.
Yep.
I'm calling it right now. No more. Get me going for the next hour. I said good day. May the force be with you.
Sir. May the force be with you.